We were forced to live in my sister-in-law's glorified closet space while she overcharged us. Now she wants to live in my farmhouse and was shocked when I charged her the same. 2 years ago, my house burned to the ground after being struck by lightning. Thankfully it was during the day, so our 3 kids were at school, and my husband and I were at work. We lost everything, but we were safe. It took almost 11 months for the insurance to pay out. The insurance covered 1 month's worth of hotel stays, but after that, we were made to fend for ourselves, and the only option was to move in with my sister-in-law. She told us we could have her spare room and her office space since she used neither of the rooms. Her stipulation was we needed to purchase all of our food and pay her $100 a week. By week 3, all of that changed. She then decided we needed to pay her $250 a week and that we could only use 1 room. So all 5 of us were crammed into the smallest room she had, which was the size of a glorified closet space and didn't even fit a twin bed and a small dresser. So we lived out of trash bags and slept on the floor, for close to $1,000 a month some months, and still had to purchase all of our food, despite her claiming my children on her food stamps. Her husband is down south helping take care of his parents, and while we lived there, she claimed her husband was the one who set the rate, but he was never around to confirm or deny this. She never apologized. When we said we couldn't afford it, she said, "Well, I have a house to maintain too." No apology, nothing. She also had no bills outside of her land tax, $450 a year, electricity, and heating oil, which she hardly ever filled, so we were essentially paying her so she could do leisure activities. It was the worst 8 months of my life. 3 months ago, my grandmother decided that she wanted to go to assisted living after a fall. She transferred the deed of her house to me and said it was mine now. It is a 5-bedroom farmhouse. My boys insist on sharing a room, so we have 2 extra bedrooms. My sister-in-law lost her house last month because she had not paid her land tax for several years. She asked if she and her stepdaughter could stay with us until they got enough money to move down south. I said sure. 1 bedroom, $800 a month, and you must buy and cook all your food separately because my daughter is vegan. She looked at me like I had 10 heads and said that she and her stepdaughter should not be made to share a room when there are 2 extra rooms, and stated she could not afford a rent of $800 while purchasing all of her food on top of it. I said, neither could we, but we managed to cram 5 people into a glorified closet space while you were getting $1,000 in food stamps. Take it or leave it. She decided to leave. What's the weirdest way someone asked you to hook up? The guys in my school used to say they would only rail me if they put a paper bag over my head, so my friend did something that intimately confused them. The boys in my school used to call me Butterface because I have an hourglass figure, voluptuous hair, and I'm short. Everything was perfect about me but my face. For years I was called Thin Crust Pizza, Railbook, and Mayo Craters. The final straw was being called Butterface because it meant that I was at a stage where guys wanted me, but the only thing holding them back from pursuing me was my face. They always said, "I want a nut everywhere on her but her face." Really clever. This had completely messed up my self-esteem and I ended up being a loner in school. However, the one incident that truly destroyed me came when a new boy transferred to our school. He was semi-attractive, and while I didn't have a crush on him, I did wish that we could be friends if not for my situation. But all my dreams came crashing down one day when he confronted me in the hallway. No one else was there, but I could see a group of boys hiding behind a corner. In a whisper, the new boy took out a $20 note and said to me, "I heard you'll do anything for this. We can go under the stairwell if you want." I heard snickering and laughing and immediately realized that this was a prank. However, it being a prank didn't mean that it severely hurt my feelings. I still had class, but because I was on the verge of crying, I signed myself out of school and locked myself in my house. The entire nightmare completely destroyed any shred of self-esteem I had left, and I couldn't even bring myself to get out of bed for the next couple of days, let alone go to school. My parents knew that I was a moody, isolated kid, and just figured that I was going through something and left me alone. I just sat in my room, feeling ashamed and reliving the horrifying day before crying myself to sleep. I was scared that, even when I did finish school, people would still view me as Butterface. I didn't start to feel better until my best friend Gabby visited me after I hadn't been to school in 3 days. Gabby and I have been friends since 3rd grade by some miracle. She had friends in every clique and always had this sunny energy to her. Even though I was insanely jealous of her, she had never been anything but loving and supportive to me and never made me feel judged. Just having someone come check on me and ask how I was feeling made me burst out in tears and admit to her that I was tired of being an ugly loser. Gabby said it wasn't true, and all she wanted was for me to feel better about myself. She said that none of the holes at school mattered and my self-esteem started and ended with me alone. She called me beautiful with complete honesty in her voice, and said that people wouldn't have paid thousands for a body like mine. I finally stopped crying and just listened to her. That's when she reminded me that the first thing that people see is my face. She explained how she herself had only started to feel confident after finding the one skincare routine that worked for her after testing out dozens of random luxury skincare brands and spending hundreds of dollars. I sat up as she reached into her bag and pulled out 2 tiny bottles. The little kit she brought for me was a micro-infusion system. She said that the one thing that's given her permanent results was this home micro-needling kit, which she had been using for months now. When she first mentioned needles, I was a little worried, but as I examined her glowing sun-kissed skin, I knew whatever Gabby was using was worth a try. She described how it had cleared away all of her dark spots and blemishes, and that she used it every 2 weeks. Gabby had given me hope for my appearance along with that small gift. She ended up sleeping over and we stayed up all night watching reality TV and eating our favorite snacks. Before we went to sleep, she showed me how to use the kit, and I was surprised at how easy it was. Gabby started by using her own kit on her face first, and the entire time she was stamping her skin she was smiling and speaking to me, so I figured it couldn't be that uncomfortable. She flipped the bottle over, washed her hands well, and gently pressed it to her face. The entire process only took maybe 5 minutes. When it was my turn, all my nervousness was gone and the routine turned out to be painless and refreshing. As I started using the serum regularly, I watched as my pimples started fading away along with the acne scars I had developed over the years within a couple weeks. It was like all of the stress and sadness that had been accumulating on my face for the past years was being blurred away. My entire face had never looked so polished. Even though going back to school and facing those awful bullies was probably the hardest thing I had ever done, Gabby held my hand when I eventually walked back into school. Some boys still tried to bully me, but I was able to ignore them much easier than before. After 6 months of using my new micro-infusion system, my face was completely renewed. I had completely forgotten how my face looked without pimples, let alone without dark spots and huge bags under my eyes. My skin was clear, shiny, and smooth, and even my eyes looked fuller and prettier. But maybe it was just all the new self-love I was suddenly feeling. The more my appearance improved, the thicker my skin became against anyone who still had the nerve to bully me. I thought the boys in my grade would eventually leave me alone, but I was surprised to find the total opposite happening. After finally getting the beautiful skin I had prayed for years, all the guys who used to bully me suddenly wanted me. I was getting all these new followers on my dead Insta, and boys who had bullied me in the past were suddenly sliding in my DMs begging for my attention. Best of all, people started calling me by my actual name and not Butterface anymore. I thought things couldn't get any more unexpected and strange until Chris, a boy that I had had a crush on since middle school, ended up sitting down next to me while I was studying in the library one day. As soon as he began speaking to me, I noticed he seemed shyer than most of the other guys in my grade. He started our conversation by introducing himself. Ever since my skin had completely cleared up, and my face finally looked just as attractive as my body, it became much easier to ignore anyone trying to get under my now perfect skin. I just rolled my eyes and turned away from him, but that's when he asked me what games I liked. No one had ever asked me that before. I basically had no one else in my life that enjoys video games like me, so I had never had a single conversation about my all-time favorite hobby. Chris and I ended up talking for 3 hours straight that day about all of our favorite games and ended up showing each other our Steam libraries. By the summer he had become my very first boyfriend, and one night he even admitted to me that he had had a secret crush on me for years as well. I laughed him off at first, asking him how he could have ever been attracted to Mayo Crater Butterface. My micro-infusion system routine had made me unrecognizable compared to my awkward old self from last year, but he took my cheeks in his hands and sincerely asked me, how could I not be attracted to a girl who I never saw without her gaming laptop? Who knows how I got so lucky? I still get overwhelmed with self-love when I look in the mirror and see the way my flawless skin shines back at me. This year has been a roller coaster for me, but the day Gabby completely redesigned my life for the better, I had never felt so beautiful and fulfilled in my life, and her advice and support could not have come at a better time. Edit. For those asking for the best brand for the skincare system, I personally use the Cure Skincare Micro-Infusion System, and it's worked perfectly for me. I've heard there is a lot of knockoffs, so do your research before you get one.
This is why it's a really bad idea to make a government employee angry. The setup is that I was working for a local county government in the permitting department that handled drainage and floodplain enforcement. I received a complaint from a homeowner, nice guy, lived next door to a house that was part of an incorporated village, not nice guy. Nice guy lived in an unincorporated portion of the county, and hence the call to me as an agent of the county. I drove out to the site and to investigate and discovered some interesting facts. The permitting agent for the village allowed the incorporated homeowner to fill his lot, affecting the drainage, which caused the unincorporated lot to flood every time there was anything more than light rain. Nice guy indicated that there was some tension between him and not nice guy, and part of the issue was that nice guy and his partner were a gay couple. This ran up a red flag for me, but in trying to be impartial I took the information and some photos for the file and indicated that I would contact the village to find a resolution. I wrote a letter and then called the village inspector, Jackwagon, to discuss. I was told by Jackwagon that the village could do as it pleased and that I could do nothing to stop not nice guy from doing as they pleased, as it was approved by the village. There was then a comment about those type of people, the gay couple, making complaints just to cause trouble. I was now on the case, and it was time to make sure everything done on the incorporated lot was 100% legal. At this point the game certainly was now on, because if there is one thing that grinds my gears it is bullying. I went back out and spoke to nice guy to let them know what I was up to, and also that I was not going to let this slide. I then started investigating the elevations on the two lots and what fill had been placed on the incorporated lot. The not nice guy came out and started getting belligerent about my presence and ongoing investigation. He incorrectly stated that I did not have jurisdiction over his lot and that he would be calling the police. I patiently listened and then pulled out my two-way radio and requested that the home base dispatch both a village and a county police unit to the location. I then indicated that since there was a regulatory floodplain on his lot I did in fact have jurisdiction, and that I would be exercising my right to determine the impact of his fill activities upon that floodplain. Both of the police units showed up and I let them know what was going on. They were both appropriately agitated to have to waste their time and let not nice guy know that I was within my authority to proceed with the investigation. A little while later, while I was measuring things, Jackwagon showed up. He stated berating me about harassing the village resident and threatening calling my boss and filing a complaint and so forth. I invited him to do so, quoting which parts of the code he should indicate I was violating. I was using marking paint to show the limits of the floodplain for the photos for the file, and what do you know, jackwagon shoe got painted when he tried to stop me. Obviously he was even more angry, as was the homeowner, due to very bright orange paint in the grass in his yard. I pointed out I had done the same on the neighboring lots, but they just kept complaining. It was actually marking chalk that comes off pretty easily. Interestingly, I found two really wrong things on Not Nice Guy's lot. 1. There was fill placed in the floodplain, and 2. A garden shed was built on the fill and partially within the floodplain. Both are a big no-no and are actually against federal law. So, the course of action had two parts. 1. Make the incorporated homeowner remove the fill and shed from the floodplain, and 2. Let Nice Guy place fill in their lot outside of the floodplain to counteract the fill remaining in Not Nice Guy's lot outside of the floodplain. I also told Nice Guy it would be a good idea to run a field tile on their side to drain the water that would inevitably pond up between the two lots when it rained. Predictably, Not Nice Guy and Jackwagon got super angry when I sent the letter out that there were violations that either had to be corrected, remove fill and shed, or apply for a revision of the floodplain with the Army Corps of Engineers. Good luck with that. This then led to a meeting at the county office with Not Nice Guy, Jackwagon, my supervisor, and myself. Quickly things went to 11 and there was yelling by Jackwagon about abuse of power, etc. The department head came into the conference room and told them both they were wrong and that they should leave peacefully and comply or face the consequences, fines. The best part was that Not Nice Guy had to apply for a permit, and guess who was the one to review and approve it? That's right, yours truly. Now, I was following the letter of the law, but you have to know that poor government workers are underpaid and overworked. Strangely, the permit for Nice Guy was almost immediately approved, while Not Nice Guy had to have a very thorough review to ensure it was correct. You could make a case I was abusing my power, but I can assure you that the timing for their review was well within acceptable limits. Also, how could I be held to account that they misfiled 3 times before they finally got it right? Generally, if you behaved like a civil human and came to the office, we would help you get things done properly, so the permit would go through first time, but Not Nice Guy decided he could do it all on his own, so it took him 3 tries. Had he come to the office, I would have given him the same service as others, but he decided to take the hard route, and therefore I didn't give a single inch when it came to the submission being perfectly correct. Ultimately, the situation was resolved, but it took a lot more effort than it should have. Moral of the story: don't be an entitled homophobic asshole.
Couples who only smash one time a year. What's your experience? I love my boyfriend, but he doesn't turn me on at all. Before I dated my boyfriend, I was in an abusive relationship. I won't go into too much detail, but our intimate experiences weren't the most pleasant, and I got a lot of trauma from being taken advantage of. When I started dating my boyfriend, I was reluctant to open myself and body to someone new again, but he made me feel incredibly safe and loved. I never worry about things taking a bad turn like before. I no longer had to keep up my walls. I could love him all I wanted. We get freaky in bed sometimes, but if I'm being honest, he's never made me come once. I know for a fact that I'm over my last relationship, but getting over the physical trauma has been a challenge. My biggest regret is, I faked my orgasms with him for 3 whole years because I couldn't take it anymore. I knew that he and I were getting close to getting married, as it's been a more relevant conversation, but if this isn't resolved, I simply can't marry him. The way I saw it, if I couldn't orgasm with him, I'd have to leave him for self-reflection, and that's not something I would want to do, but it'd be absolutely necessary. When I came clean to him, he actually took it fairly well than I think most guys would. He saw it as a bonding experience, as something we could work on together. Together we did a bunch of different foreplay and experimented with different sensory stimulations. Nothing. Zilch. Nada. So much was happening, but nothing was happening at the same time. Usually if I'm aroused, my blood starts racing and I'll even start squirming in bed a little. I just felt terrible. I knew I loved my boyfriend, but I felt terribly guilty that I wasn't turned on by him. It's not like I was never aroused by him before. It was just never enough for me to have a big O. So I tried to look for solutions again. I've looked up different articles, and they all recommended that I use oil. I went to our local adult toy shop and picked up some random little purple oil, not knowing you can't just buy any oil. I surprised my boyfriend with it, and he was excited to try again, and was committed to helping me teach him. We set the mood in my room, lit some candles, turned down the lights, and got to making out. As soon as he started massaging the oil on me, I felt a burning sensation and threw him off me. I ran to the shower and washed and rinsed my insides alone, crying. I joined my boyfriend back in bed, both of us feeling defeated. He argued that I was faking the burn and it couldn't have been that bad. This was almost my final straw. I packed my bags and left to sleep at my parents' house for a couple nights. When I returned a couple days later, my boyfriend finally must have taken the hint and took some initiative, because he brought me a surprise. He told me that when I was gone, he was doing his own research and had ordered me a quickie kit filled with 3 different kinds of oils. The oils were meant to arouse me so that I could only be focused on the intimacy between me and my boyfriend, instead of focusing on the trauma I had gone through. I told him I wasn't sure about trying oil again because of what happened last time. He reassured me that this experience would be completely different because it will relax me and ease the tension between us. He said that the second I didn't like it, oils would be off the table for good, but he wanted me to see that this experience was going to be worth it. He even had a theory that if we perfected our foreplay, then our overall experience would be 110 times better. That enticed me, and I said screw it, let's just go for it. We used the quickie kit right then and there, and this time something was different. Without me saying anything else, he threw me back down on the bed. This time the lights were out and all I could do was relax under him. He got down to business and I felt him massage the arousal oil on me as his fingers worked their magic. There was a fresh, clean aura that only turned me on more. The arousal oil had relaxed me so much that all I could feel was my boyfriend's fingers. Everything else was melting away. He slipped in an intimacy melt and he kept talking about how what I got for him. He angled his fingers in a way that made me feel like I was peeing. I couldn't hold it in anymore. At this point, I knew I was close to finishing, so I told him to put it in me. He pulled out the CBD lube and I helped massage it on him slowly. When he put it in me, he was going at the perfect rhythm, and since I was so much more sensitive than usual, I just knew I was about to climax from him. But he kept going, and my legs started quivering even though it felt like only 5 minutes passed. When we both finished, we both wanted to keep going, but ultimately I told him to stop. I tried to stand up but my legs gave out, and I was shaking on the floor. In the blink of an eye, I felt a shock of cold water on my back. I woke up and opened my eyes to see my boyfriend holding me in our bathtub. He told me that I passed out when I tried to stand up. The only words I could form were, "You can give me the ring now." We both laughed and agreed to talk about that later when I was in better condition. I felt so loopy, but then I remembered the quickie kit and felt a wave of excitement come over me again. I told him I wanted to go a second round with the quickie kit, but this time I'll do some more foreplay on him. I'll spare you guys the details, but as you can imagine, this was the greatest thing we've ever bought. 100% would recommend.
Managers who were forced into firing their best employee, what happened? Had a guy who would work his ass off daily inputting data into spreadsheets. Would come in, put in solid hours of actual work, not goofing off. He would literally get 4 times as much stuff done a week as anyone else in the office. After 3 weeks straight of this, other people start to take notice and occasionally ask him to help them out when they are behind, and he obliges. This gets worse and worse, and eventually people are basically just walking all over him while they spend all day Facebooking and whatnot, because he won't say no if they ask him to help with their work. The dude just keeps trucking through though. About 4 months into working there, it's gotten to the point where you can hear the extra cunty girls talking about leaving early and not getting in trouble because he will just do all the work for us if we ask anyway. Well, the guy goes into the boss's office, and I work right next to it so I can hear more or less the entire conversation. I am paraphrasing, but it went something like this. "I would like a raise. I am doing way too much work for how much I am getting paid. Everyone else who works here is so damn lazy. I even have people making jokes about how I will do their work for them and they will get paid for it. Well, name, I can sympathize with you, but you have to understand, I can't just give you a raise. If I give you a raise, I would have to explain to everyone why you got a raise and they didn't. You could tell them it's because I'm doing half of their work for them while they look at stupid memes. I'm sorry, name, it just wouldn't work out well. Well then, is there any positions available above mine that I could apply for a promotion to? I don't think we can really look into a promotion this early into you working here. We would need time to properly evaluate your work ethic." Seriously? You seriously just said that to me? I'm not going to break my back doing an entire office's work for a company that doesn't give two shits about me. You and this entire office can go F themselves. He walks out of the office fuming mad and yells, "Hey everyone, boss, just denied my raise, so no more leaving work early for any of you lazy F heads, cause I effing quit." Have you ever attended a wedding that was a complete disaster? Back in my youth, I was a wedding photographer. The groom was a childhood friend of mine who grew up 1 block over, but we lost touch after he slept with my sister. The day I got the call about the wedding, I was 28, so I hadn't seen the guy in 15 years, at least. My mom was the caller, and she asked me to actually be in his wedding party. Reluctantly, I agreed. So, I go over to meet everyone after all this time, and within seconds I realize why I'm being asked for the favor. The friend hasn't brushed his teeth in years and just reeks, and they are one solid mass. His bride is massively overweight and overbearing beyond belief. I suck it up, do my best, but the 4 months leading in are a nightmare. But, then the wedding happens, and after the ceremony, during which his stepfather threw up everywhere and had to be escorted, the bride decides literally out of the blue that she wants to have a white limo take her to the Hilton. It's June, there's no limos to be had, the Hilton is booked, but the best man, the groom's older brother, is furiously trying to find something and pay for it on his credit card because the bride is in full meltdown mode. In a fury, she rips her headpiece out, taking about half of her hair with it, and storms into the back room of the hall. The groom says he's going to try and talk her down, and goes back there with her. A few minutes later, the double doors of the back room slam open and he comes running out, with a knife through his palm. He's streaming blood. She tackles him from behind, yanks the object out of his hand, and looks like she's going to splash him down in front of the entire assembly. The best man and I both tackle her at once, and we're both grown men, but she's a total hellcat. The groom slips out, gets out of the hall, and runs to his car, but she also squirms free after biting the best man, and is maybe 30s behind the groom. He's just backed out, and as he puts it into drive, she leaps on the hood and grabs the wipers. He guns it, and as he bottoms out on the exit of the parking lot and yanks the wheel, she rolls off into the street and drills the far curb. As we run up to her, she's scratched all to hell and she's bawling. The wedding got annulled the next day. Turns out she'd been psychotic several times during her adolescence and adulthood, and was on a bevy of pills every day. She decided on her own not to take her meds on her wedding day because she wanted to be totally clear for the ceremony.
My boyfriend's Christian mother caught us having intimacy and is now claiming I'm the devil. My boyfriend, 35, and I, 29, have been dating for 6 months. On Friday night we made plans to have a night in which I was going to go over, We planned on making dinner together, watching movies, and I was to spend the night. On Thursday, I had some holiday shopping to do. While shopping after work and saw some cute lingerie, I thought I'd surprise my boyfriend with it on Friday night, so I bought it. Friday after work, I took a shower, did my hair, makeup, and got dressed. It's pretty cold where we live, so I put on some knee-high boots, the lingerie, and a knee-length coat only. No other clothes. I headed to my boyfriend's apartment. He gave me a key recently, so I used it to get in since he knew I was coming over and had plans together. To my surprise, when I got there, he was not alone. His mom was in from out of state. This was my first time meeting her. My boyfriend and his mom kept telling me to take off my jacket, but I couldn't because all I was wearing was lingerie. After that, I couldn't say no any longer. The only thing I could come up with was asking my boyfriend if he could give me my sweatpants that I keep at his apartment because I was so cold. When we got into his room, he asked me why I was being so weird about my jacket and why I wouldn't take it off. When I told him all I was wearing was lingerie, he burst out laughing. After he calmed down, he told me he was sorry about his mom, but she came in out of state on a surprise visit. After recovering from the laughter, my boyfriend had a little smirk on his face and asked to see my lingerie before I changed. I let him because that was the whole point. He walked over to kiss me. While he was kissing me, his mom opened the door and lost it. She started calling me a WHRE and screaming about me ruining her son and being the devil in his life. My boyfriend was angry and started yelling at her as well about her being unfair and not knocking on the door before opening it. Needless to say, meeting her went terribly. My boyfriend kicked his mom out, and I feel so bad about the whole thing. Am I the devil?
Inmates, what was the most messed up thing you witnessed? When I was 15, my parents gave me up to the state and I was sent to a juvenile detention on an old repurposed army base from the 50s. The staff there were almost always abusive and the system they had was so messed up. They would spit in our food, smack us over the head if we were a little slow, complete disregard for the fact we were 15-year-olds. The head of my unit was this dirtbag who enjoyed pushing these kids to their limit. He would have files on their family life and personal info and use that to push them to the edge. Once that happens, the staff get hands-on. This seemed to be the case with every new or troubled kid that came in. The staff would literally bully them to their breaking point and then enjoy hurting them physically. For nights I couldn't sleep because I could hear blood-curdling screams from down the hall when they were restraining them. We were kids, being put through hell, by grown men. One time another staff hurt me until I passed out. Luckily, the more troubled kids got it worse than me because it worked like this. If they're problematic, they would attempt to harass them enough so they can send them to a secure facility and replace them with a more docile kid once they do something too illegal. My problem was they wanted to keep me because I was on good behavior. They promised I could leave after a year of good behavior. After that they extended it again and again for no good reason. They even tried saying I was doing dope in order to keep me there. Sure, some staff sold substances to the kids, but I never went near anything. They would tell the parents that the kids received counseling, but in all my time there, all I received was a questionnaire about if I wanted to take my life. Nobody to talk to whatsoever. I finally got out, but those years cost me valuable time. I could have been going to school or getting a job or a license. It's so messed up because the executives always throw themselves parties, patting themselves on the back because they help the community and save troubled kids. Everyone believes them because they have money, and their stories are publicized. Anyone that comes out is quickly silenced. Really what they were doing was exploiting them to make money and traumatizing them even further. I hate you, Hillside.
My boyfriend called me big while making love with me. So I 27 female been dating this guy 29 male for 9 months now. He's taken care of me when I was sick, traveled hours when we were long distance, and was extremely sweet, caring and compassionate. But there's been an issue playing on my mind since the day it happened 3 months ago, and I just can't shake it. We were making love. He grabs me and says he would really like to be able to lift me up over his shoulders and pick me up while we do it, and if I just lost weight and became more curvy, it'd be so attractive. Mind you, he's saying this to me mid-pump, looking me dead in my eyes. I just freeze, not even sure what to say. I promptly tell him to get the F off me, and we don't talk for a few weeks or make love again for a while. He tells he only wants to be with me, but I could be better. During this time he continuously pursues me, telling me I'm all he wants, etc., etc., but I feel like the level of trust dissipated. For reference, I'm 5'5", 190 pounds, more muscular, hourglass. I'm a mixed girl and carry the weight evenly. I'm definitely thick, but I've always been okay with that. Am I overreacting to get upset about this from time to time? Even though he's apologized, I just can't shake the feeling that he wants better and is settling. My parents cut my sister a slice of my custom-made birthday cake the night before my party, because she cried for it. My sister, 11 female, is the miracle golden child. She always gets what she wants whenever she wants. My parents are always trying to please her and make her happy. They always make a big effort on her birthday and do whatever that she asks for, but they can barely remember mine and they are always conveniently broke. This year I wanted to enjoy my birthday, so I babysat and even mowed lawns to make this possible. My birthday was today, but I'm throwing myself my first ever party tomorrow. I have been planning for weeks and invited all my friends. I bought the food, snacks and drinks and picked up my custom-made cake yesterday with my own money. Today when I got home, I noticed that my cake, which was in the fridge, had a huge slice missing. I panicked and asked my dad, and he shrugged and nonchalantly said that my sister was crying for it and it was just a small piece, my friends won't even notice. I yelled at him, asking him why he would do something like that when it wasn't even bought with his money and that my sister could have waited for tomorrow. This made him angry and he went on a tirade about how disrespectful I am and how I think I'm an adult because of my stupid party. I've now locked myself in my room and considering calling the whole thing off. My husband's break from work has become pathetic and I want it to end right now. My husband worked for the same company for over a decade and his high salary was really paying most of the bills. He used to love his job, but after he got a new boss, things quickly went downhill. He was really strict and kept all of his employees working overtime all the time. I barely got to see my husband because of that. He became increasingly stressed as the months went by. He always talked about quitting his job and I said I would support him, as long as he had jobs lined up. We live in a house and are currently paying off a mortgage, so we could not afford to live here on my salary alone, at least not for long. I would see my husband become a shell of a man, never home, or always sleeping when he was around. I felt bad for him, but there wasn't much I could really do. Well, he took it upon himself to quit his job last year completely out of the blue and with no jobs lined up. I would ask him to tell me why he quit and turns out the whole thing was completely his fault. He had missed the deadline on a very important assignment, so when his boss found out, he started berating him in his office. My husband thought that was the perfect moment to quit and he would later come to refer to this event as the straw that broke the camel's back, even though his boss had every right to be mad at him. When I told him it wasn't a smart move that he quit out of nowhere, he reassured me that he had plenty of savings that he could live on. He just needed time to focus on himself and his needs before working again. I told him I wasn't going to be able to provide for everything all the time, so he needed to find a job quickly. He said fine, he'll get to it. Well, as of today, he has no income and hasn't sent out a single job application. What has he been doing these past 8 months, you ask? Smoking green grass, a bunch of scammy work from home BS that hasn't made him a penny, and most recently, trying to become an Instagram influencer. Yes, seriously. We used to split bills 70-30, now it's more like 20-80. Whenever I have a talk with him about it, he deflects or tries to change the conversation, but the last time we talked went differently. I asked him about his plans for the future and when he was going to finally get a job. He jokingly said I could divorce him and pay him alimony if I didn't like the current situation. Honestly, I don't think he realizes how lucky he is that I stuck by him this entire time. I don't know many people that would have lasted as long as I did. Before I could even respond though, he broke down and cried, saying that he might be depressed. He didn't seem depressed when he was smoking all the time and being lazy, though. I think he liked not having to work, and now that I called him out on his behavior, he's trying to get my sympathy to try to get me to forget everything that's happened in these 8 months. I have grown resentful of him and this whole situation.
How did you accidentally get your ex back in bed? I had just broken up with my girlfriend and I was reeling from the fact that she had dumped me for a guy I didn't like, a real jerk. I was at a ball game and saw them across the gymnasium of our high school, coupled up, holding hands. She looked at me, then looked away. He smirked. I got up to leave. It was a good game, but I wasn't into it. I went outside in the cool air. I felt like someone was following me. It was a girl I knew, who was in the class below me, a junior. She was about 18. I will call her Courtney. I thought she was fine, but she wasn't my type. She was too quiet and had a strange way of looking at the world. She was really friendly to me, though, and her best friend told me she liked me. Courtney had caught up with me and asked me why I was leaving. I told her about my ex and her jerk boyfriend. She really seemed to pity me. You know, I can be good company, she said, hopefully. I really looked at her for the first time. She was tall for a girl, almost as tall as me. She had shoulder length, sandy brown hair and freckles. She had a really great smile, with pale blue eyes. I don't know why I didn't notice her before. Suddenly she grabbed my arm and snuggled up to me. As she did, I felt warmth radiating from her body. It felt comforting. I noticed my ex and her boyfriend coming out of the gymnasium. I knew they were following me to annoy me, probably his idea. She said, "Are they following you?" I said, "Isn't it obvious? No one is leaving the game." "Let's get them back," she said. "How?" I observed my ex watching Courtney and me carefully. Her brow knitted in a frown. It dawned on me that my new friend had a great idea. "Okay," I said. Courtney mused, "I could pretend to kiss you." "No, that would not work. She would know we are trying to get back at her." Courtney then suggested that we fake me getting a blowjob. I was shocked to hear her say that. She was always so shy. How would we fake it? We could go to your car and I could drop to my knees and do it. She is bound to believe it. Without another word we walked to my car, holding hands, and she reached over and kissed me in the mouth. Her lips were warm against the now snappy autumn air. I wouldn't mind having those lips somewhere else, I thought. Then I felt guilty because I had never even really noticed her before, and here I was picturing her as an intimacy object. When we got to her car, we kissed again, to make it look real. I opened the car door. We stood just inside of it. Then she dropped to her knees. She fumbled with the string on my sweats. I looked over to see my ex's mouth gaped open. Her boyfriend was pulling her arm, possibly trying to get her to go back inside. But she wouldn't budge. I knew I had her and really began to relish this unexpected revenge. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes. I made a few noises like I was being pleasured by Courtney. I could see the jerk boyfriend go back inside. My ex had her arms folded and just glared at me. Then, she started toward me. Courtney had been really getting into it, even bobbing back and forth, her head just visible over the car door. She was actually just softly bumping me repeatedly with her mouth. It was starting to feel good. Suddenly, the string on my sweats loosened and my sweats fell. My underwear was no protection against the cold air. My member began to swell with excitement, because I didn't know what Courtney was up to and because my ex was coming. I didn't say anything to Courtney, who pulled my underwear down, looking up to meet my eyes. She looked at my cock, which was now hard enough to nudge her lips. She put her lips on it, giving it a kiss while looking at me. She then put her entire mouth on it. Her warm lips and tongue felt so good. My ex had just reached the car. She stopped in her tracks as I looked over at her through glazed eyes. She looked at Courtney, who was oblivious to her presence. Then, she said, softly, "Slut." Courtney slowly pulled her mouth off of my swollen sausage and said, "Yeah, it feels good to be a slut." She then put her mouth and hand back on me and sucked me deeply while looking straight at my ex. She had a little smile on her lips. "I didn't mean that," my ex said. Then she considered me. "You know, if you want two girls, I'll be happy to share you." I coolly remarked, "You can't share something you no longer possess." She wheeled suddenly and huffed back inside. Courtney sucked me faster until I came in her mouth. I had never come so much. She could barely hold it all, but her blue eyes were smiling at me as she gulped my seed down. I helped her up and we kissed. Her mouth tasted like me. I pulled my pants up and she tied the string. We walked back into the gym, hand in hand.
What happened to you as a child that feels like a punch to the gut every time you think about it? I was 4 years old when my dad married my stepmom, who had 3 kids of her own. One night me and my sister were woken up by my dad, who told us to come into the kitchen. We could instantly tell by his tone that he was mad about something, and I wondered what I had done this time to make him mad at me. The kitchen was a wreck. All the cabinets were open and stuff was thrown everywhere. On the table was a pile of bags of cookies, snack cakes, candy bars, and all sorts of goodies. My dad pointed to the table and said, "Go ahead, eat what you want. Eat all of it if you want to." My stepmom, stepbrother, and stepsisters were all standing in the kitchen not saying a word. My sister and I nervously walked up to the table, took something and began cautiously eating our treats. The snack cake I was eating was one I had never had before. I reached up to the table and got another and said, "These are really good. You want one?" And offered it to one of my stepsisters. A look of fear crossed my stepmom and step-sibling's face as my dad snatched it out of my hand and threw it back on the table. "No," I said, "you eat it." My dad yelled. My sister, who is older than me, asked what's going on. My stepmom yelled, "Just eat the damn cake." And my dad shot my stepmom a look that made everyone else not say a single word until me and my sister finished our snack cakes. "You want another one? Go ahead and eat everything on the whole table if you want to," my dad said. My sister and I felt really nervous having everyone watch us eat, said we weren't hungry and went back to bed. We never spoke of that night again. It took several years before I realized what had happened that night. My stepmom, whose kids were much older than me and my sister, had been hiding the snacks and giving them to her kids after she sent us to bed, and my dad caught her. After that night there always seemed to be snacks in the house. I know a parent loves their own kids more than stepchildren, but to purposely exclude me and my sister like that just showed me how little she cared for us.
What was something small you went to the doctor for that turned out to be very significant? When I was a little boy of about 10 years old, I told my mother that I thought I needed a new prescription for my glasses. I told her I was having difficulty seeing the blackboard in class at school. This was 1963 and I was living with my family in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. So my mother, thinking it was going to be a routine checkup, took me to the local ophthalmologist who always checked my vision. At that point I thought that I was simply going to walk out with a new prescription and life would go on. My ophthalmologist was a wonderful old gentleman who was a very careful and very thoughtful doctor. He was the kind of person with whom you could really trust and feel comfortable. Even now I can vividly picture him in the examination room, as that intensely bright light, that has occurred hundreds of times throughout my life, came close to my dilated eyes. After examining my eyes he turned to me. My mother was in the waiting room, and said that I was going blind in my left eye. He told me I had a detached retina and that I needed surgery immediately. Ironically, what he told me next was actually more impactful than being told that I was going blind in my left eye. He told me that I would never ever be able to play football again. When I heard that, I bolted out of the exam room, ran through the waiting room out the front door and sat down on the sidewalk outside his office weeping. My mother, shocked at my actions, thought, "What in the world is going on?" After collecting me from outside, she immediately went to the doctor and he told her that I needed to go to the medical college in Charleston, South Carolina and have emergency surgery. That day we got in the car and drove over 100 miles to Charleston to the medical college and arrived at the department where the top eye surgeons examined me. They told my parents that I was not going blind in just one eye, I was going blind in both eyes. They then informed us that they were not capable of doing the surgery because of the extent of the retinal damage. They recommended that we travel to Johns Hopkins in Maryland, the only place at that time capable of performing the kind of surgery I needed. Suffice it to say, the head of ophthalmology at Johns Hopkins took my case and did the surgery. I found out later that the members of the Presbyterian church that my family attended also prayed all that day for a successful surgery. 10 hours later the surgery was over and was a huge success. Ever since I have thanked God not only for my original doctor who detected my problem but also for all of the amazing medical professionals who were instrumental in my treatment. One final caveat. The wonderful doctor who first discovered my condition knew that I had to have surgery on both eyes. Apparently, as I found out later, he didn't have the heart to tell me that my condition was so dire. How did you find out your significant other was cheating on you? Dated for 2 years until one day, out of the blue she says she's not happy anymore and breaks up with me. It sucked, but I figured it was for the best if she wasn't happy. About a week after we had broken up, I saw her at the bar with some guy who she sheepishly admitted she was on a date with. Later that night I end up standing next to him ordering drinks. He apologized to me for the awkwardness. Yeah, it's just weird since we've only been broken up for a few days and she's already dating. He pauses. A few days? She and I have been seeing each other for like 3 months now. We stared at each other for a second. And then my ex comes running up to pull him away from me. He shrugged her off and told her to go F herself and then left the bar. That's how I found out my ex had been cheating on me for 3 months before apparently guilt took hold and she broke up with me. Update, I bumped into the other guy a few months later at a bar and we actually talked about it. It was weird hearing about it from his perspective. In his mind he had thought she was just really flaky, but after speaking to me it just all clicked for him. And we went through some of the times when he couldn't reach her because she was with me and vice versa. Not sure how I didn't pick up on it. Either way, I'm happily married now and I think she had to move home and live with her mom. My ex-wife came out as lesbian and I don't know how to feel. I divorced my ex-wife about 4 years ago. We divorced because of 3 reasons. The reasons in no particular order were lack of an intimate life, her addiction to financially supporting her family, and the fact that she was never home. The first issue wasn't an issue until we got married. It was like a switch got flipped and she never wanted to do anything in the bedroom anymore. She also made a million excuses and I went to over 20 gynecologists with her. The second issue was also not an issue until we got married, as she didn't really talk to her family before she married me. In fact, her mom had given her away to be raised by an aunt of hers. The third issue was also not an issue until we got married and I told her to go live with me in San Diego. She rented a place for her mom in Tijuana with the money I gave her and spent all her time there. When I divorced her, I told her that I couldn't live like this and that I felt that she was hiding something. A lot of signs were there that she was lesbian. I also have a feeling she might have cheated on me with women, but could never confirm it. I was working a lot, to be honest. She was very religious, a devoted Christian, and told me that she could never be lesbian because the Bible says it's wrong. I am not religious at all, so I didn't agree with that logic. We had lived together married for 2 years when I told her I couldn't do it anymore. We spent 1 more year going back and forth with her, promising to change, until I eventually stopped believing her and filed for divorce. She charged me money to sign the divorce papers. After 3 years of marriage, she spent another 1.5 years saying how we should get back together, etc. The last time I saw her was at my mother's funeral about a year ago. She told me she wanted to have kids as she was getting older and she had never met a better man than me. I asked her if she preferred women over men. She said yes, and she told me that as long as I supported her and our child financially, I could pursue other women. I told her I didn't want to live like that. We went our separate ways, but we kept each other's numbers. Yesterday on WhatsApp she put up several videos declaring herself lesbian with her girlfriend. I am happy that she finally accepted herself for who she is, first of all, but I am also angry. I am angry that I spent years and tens of thousands on this person who never cared for me. I wish I could just be happy for her and not feel this anger I feel. I am conflicted. What's the worst financial decision you've seen someone make? My SO's father did this, sold his business to an employee for $1 to hide it during his divorce, and was shocked when suddenly, the guy didn't magically give it back. He lost his entire business and inventory for $1. He was an abusive jerk, so couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. A guy in my fraternity got $30K for an undisclosed reason. I'm guessing a family death or something, and he bet it all on the Yankees winning 1 game. They lost. My cousin spent 100% of her inheritance and took out a loan on her home to buy a second home in the mountains. Thing is, it was being pushed over by a mountain, and they thought they could fix it. I went and seen it, and every door jamb was crooked and the doors wouldn't shut. They took me down into the basement and they were trying to use beams to stop the mountain from pushing on the home. I was just like, what the hell are you doing? That won't solve anything. Fast forward 6 months and they asked me for $50K to help and I declined. Fast forward a year and the home collapsed, and now they owe over $300,000 for a home that doesn't exist, and if they don't make the payments they lose their other house too because they used the original home as collateral, and could not get insurance on the second home. Total money lost upwards of $700K. My awful aunt was the trustee for my grandparents' estate. When they passed, she decided to sell their house to a random realtor who put a leaflet on the door. To the realtor. Not with the realtor. It wasn't put on the market, and the aunt rejected a matching offer by me after I argued hard to actually list the house and have people bid on it. The realtor slapped a new coat of paint on it and sold it a couple of months later for literally $1 million more than she bought it for. Put everything in his girlfriend's name to hide assets, as he owed the IRS. The girlfriend sold his business, cashed out his accounts and ran. My brother's ex fell for a Craigslist scam. She found a motorcycle and the guy needed money up front to pay bills, before she even saw it. We told her don't do it, it's a scam. Here's the good part. She said she already sent him $1,000. Of course, he was never available to show her the bike, and we found out from my brother after they broke up that she actually continued sending him money in hopes of getting the motorcycle. I think she was out $3,000 by the end. She will not be missed. Surgeons of Reddit, what's the strangest item you've unknowingly left inside a patient? As a effing surgeon, I've seen some wild poop over the years, but one story in particular stands out to me. A few years back, we had a woman in her mid-40s come in with an ovarian cyst the size of a goddamn cantaloupe. The surgery went off without a hitch, But when we were closing up, she started complaining about some serious abdominal pain. We told her it was normal after the procedure and gave her some meds for it, but she kept insisting that something else was wrong. We checked everything out and couldn't find anything wrong, no bleeding or swelling or anything like that, so we just told her to wait for the meds to kick in. Fast forward 2 hours and she's back screaming louder than before despite having taken all of the medication available to her. Her husband came with her this time and said that when he left earlier she was still hurting but at least coherent enough to talk about it. Now though, she was too far gone from the pain to even explain what was going on. We checked everything again and noticed 2 drainage tubes coming from either side of her abdomen. One had blood which we assumed came from where we operated on, while the other seemed clear as day but still made us wonder if maybe it had something to do with why she was in so much pain. So my attending surgeon, who's done more surgeries than I can count, decided to stick his gloved hand into the wound just in case, and sure enough he pulled out a wedding ring. It must have slipped off during surgery while she was unconscious on our table and got caught up in one of those drains without us noticing until now. My attending recognized it right away as belonging to his husband since he'd treated him multiple times for various orthopedic issues where he'd probably taken off several rings before then too. He asked him if it belonged to his wife and sure enough confirmed its ownership. My attending then handed him back his wife's cherished ring with a joke. "It looks better on you anyway." You could see how relieved they both were just by looking at them. They both let out huge sighs of relief. What is the most unknown way to make money online as an under 18 yo? I just made $3,000 passively as a 16-year-old in 9 months. Here's how. Last summer I grinded at a sales job and had $15K total from that and other bits of money I saved. When school started in September I didn't know what to do with my money though. I had asked my parents about it and they said just to put in the bank because it's safe and I'll make money over time. But I would have only gotten 2% back yearly from the savings account they set up for me and I wasn't trying to only make $300 in my first year. But I knew you couldn't invest if you were under 18, and I couldn't do any more work because school was starting up, so I was about to just put my money in the bank. But right before I was about to put it all in my savings account I was scrolling on TikTok and saw this teen investing app called Bloom that would supposedly let me invest as an under 18-year-old. I thought it was a scam at first but I decided to download it in the slim chance I could actually start investing. As I went through the app I realized they would actually let me invest through a custodial brokerage account which I set up instantly. I had no idea how to start investing but they actually had in-app lessons that introduced me to the basics of investing. After I completed all of those they gave me some stocks to start out with. After learning the basics I decided this would definitely make me more than putting my money in the bank would. I created a diversified portfolio and pooled most of my money into ETFs like VGT, SPY and NASDAQ. I also made some judgment calls based on the state of the economy and bought some other technology stocks, which ended up paying off big time. After 9 months of letting my money grow my overall P&L is a bit over $3,000. More than 10 times what I would have made from putting my money in the bank. So fuck putting your money in a savings account, invest that shit. For anyone under 18 I'd recommend this app. For investing. Edit, for those hitting me up saying they can't find the app look up Bloom, learn how to invest on the App Store. Tonight I dug shit out of my own ass. Constipation, how bad can it be right? I had no idea. Been smoking Zaza for 10 years and always been regular as clockwork. Wake up, have a morning joint and then a nice big poo. But I decided to change my life and quit. Fell horribly ill for about a week and in that time, no poo, not even a lil nug. Once I got better still no poo. It's been 2 weeks since my last Renvis with the porcelain throne. And I was getting nervous. Took some stool softeners, ate my weight in prunes and hoped for the best. And tonight it happened. The brown flood came knocking at the gates. But it was no flood, not at all. I felt like I was giving birth to a cannonball. Solid iron, too big to pass through. I had to do something. I'd been pushing for an hour and in that time shed all my clothes. I was sweating like a pig. I felt behind me and my asshole was wide open, trying so hard. I took the plunge. It was massive, solid. I poked at it and felt a little piece come loose from the monster. And then I lost all inhibition. For half an hour I was digging in there, breaking it up into smaller bits as much as I could, pulling them out by hand piece by piece. They were like rocks. There was blood, fresh and red, but I was too far gone. It had to be finished. It had to come out. All of it. It went so deep. I had no idea of all the angles in there. Never dug that deep before. Still like iron. Then I broke off and pulled out a piece the size of a small toy car, and felt a change. A rumbling. My bowel telling me, yes, this is it, you've done it. I got the rest. I pushed my hands on the walls on either side of the bowl and it blasted out me like a hurricane. Full force. 2 whole weeks of backed up shit. It was powerful, incredible, a feeling I had never known existed. And then I was empty and gross. I wiped my hand as best I could, dug out the shit from under my fingernails and washed them until they were raw. I am empty now. I am powerful. I beat the shit, and I can never tell anyone. So sorry, people of confessions, I will share with you.
My pervert stepfather asked me to have intimacy with him because my mother was in a high-risk pregnancy, so I exposed him to my sisters and called CPS. My stepdad, we'll call him Scott, was the only father I've known. He's been a great father, nothing out of the ordinary. Absolutely perfect parenting until I turned about 19. I remember Scott was becoming a little more touchy than normal and a little too personal. He would offer me wine, I declined, and would ask me about my intimate life after one too many glasses. I brushed it off because I thought maybe he was being a nosy father and just wanted to make sure his daughter wasn't having intimacy. Then, this kind of stuff continued, to the point where my stepdad tried to kiss me last year. I told my mom and she just laughed and told me that's how he gets after too many drinks. I got afraid of Scott and my mother didn't even bother, so I called my aunt. They hate Scott and know he's a creep. Many years ago when I was about 13, at my young sister's gender reveal party, my cousin, who is trans, decided to be a female. We all accepted and loved her the same except Scott, who got drunk and lifted her skirt and said, "Do you still have your boy parts?" That's when my uncle beat the poop out of him and knocked over a couple of tables. From then on, half of my family wasn't allowed back at the house for a trespassing order. They knew then that he was an absolute perv. But I, as a young child, didn't fully comprehend it. Going back, my aunt then called the CPS on him for kissing me, but nothing happened. I knew right then I had to make plans to leave, so I started saving up. After that incident, things died down a bit until my mom got pregnant at 39. It's a higher risk pregnancy, so she's on a lot of bed rest and taking extra care of herself for her doctor. A couple of weeks ago, my mom and Scott sat me down and told me her doctor said she should avoid intimacy during her pregnancy due to various health reasons I won't get into. And they told me the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my entire life. They asked me if I could have intimacy with Scott just until she was able to have intimacy again. Of course, I said no. I was livid and crying. She told me she'd be okay with it, and she'd be in the room as well. I told her that was even worse. Like, what are they thinking? After I refused, my parents ignored me and the whole house was full of tension. I don't know what to do because I am afraid that Scott may do something to my sisters even though they are his biological daughters. So I called my aunt. She came to our house with 3 other people, one of them a social worker and my uncle. None of them are allowed at the house, so as soon as Scott found out they were there, he called the police. Before the police even showed up, I told my 16-year-old sister and the 14-year-olds what happened. The 16-year-old got angry at her dad. She was walking around the house ranting at her dad and crying. Eventually, she decided to come with my aunt and me, and then we would figure out where she could go from then on. However, the 2 14-year-olds did not believe me. They actually started laughing. Then they got angry and told me I was trying to destroy our family and how could you make up a sick lie. It got to the point where they threw mine and my 16-year-old sister's stuff out the window. By that time the cops came and told my aunt, uncle, and the social worker they had to leave the property. Very soon after, my grandparents came and got the other 2 girls after the 14-year-olds came to their senses and called my grandparents. I found out from my grandma that one of the 14-year-olds confronted her dad and he didn't deny anything. In fact, he called me a WHRE and said I should have had any problems doing what he asked. That's when they packed a bag and called my grandparents. As much as that pained me, I hope it's enough to keep the girls at my grandparents for good. My 16-year-old sister is going to emancipate herself and stay with either our grandparents or our aunt. CPS was called, but it was my grandparents this time. I have multiple screenshots on my and my aunt's phone of my mother incriminating herself, so we will be able to file charges and hopefully get Scott on the SO registry. That way the girls can stay with their grandparents permanently.
What is a dark secret that you have? Summer camp. I was 13-14 years old. 7 days no poop. In the middle of the 8th night I wake up because I'm bursting. I don't reach the bathroom on time, so I pooped almost everywhere while running. I reached the bathroom, washed and then went back to my tent to sleep. The next day everyone thought an animal like a bear or deer had entered the camp and shit everywhere. No one ever found out that that bear was me. I kick ice cubes under the fridge when I accidentally drop them on the floor. I have been the black sheep of my family my entire life. No matter what I do, it isn't funny to me, it is downright abusive. For the past couple years I've been secretly taking courses, saving money, and tying up loose ends. I have an entire escape plan set up, with multiple contingency plans if it doesn't work the way I want it to. Within the next couple months I am buying a one-way plane ticket, throwing my cell phone away, starting a brand new life, and disappearing from theirs forever. They have zero idea. They will cry and wonder why. I will not, and know exactly why. I'm excited. My girlfriend was assaulted, so I broke up with her. What can I say, man? I simply can't be with a woman who can't protect herself. Jokes aside though, let's get into the story. My girlfriend and I have been dating for about 2 years now. 4 months ago she started acting what I would call weird or different. She started ignoring my calls for a couple of days. For context, we don't live together. I eventually went over to her house and she opened the door and looked like a wreck. Her hair was a mess, face was red and puffy, like she had been crying. I ask what's wrong and she just kind of shuts down. She eventually broke down crying more and said a coworker of hers actually assaulted her. He had attacked her during a photo shoot when nobody else was around, and it was shocking to hear. I immediately asked if she had done a rope kit, been to the hospital, filed a police report, etc., and she said no, that she wouldn't do that. Again, I was shocked. I found out this happened the weekend prior and that she said she couldn't possibly face him again, or go through a court process. I did everything possible to convince her otherwise. She eventually snapped at me and told me to leave. I initially refused, but she began screaming at me, so I left. I contemplated telling her parents, but I didn't. I knew she wouldn't have told them either. In hindsight, I probably should have, but I didn't. I gave her the next 24 hours to herself before reaching back out. We talked more and met up, and I talked to her once again about filing, which she denied. I told her that she would need therapy to help get over this trauma. A couple of weeks later she said she had begun speaking to someone about this. Now I don't know who this person is, or if she even really is going, but a month after the situation she seemed better. We were hanging out, laughing, and having a good time again. Here's where it gets a little rough. Our intimate life has been non-existent. I get it, I understand why this is. One time I tried making a move and she legit flinched. Her eyes widened, I knew she wasn't ready. She apologized, I apologized, and that was that. This was almost 3 months ago. We are 4 months past her assault. She's been in therapy supposedly for 3 months and there is no intimacy period, not even fooling around. Intimacy is important in a relationship to me. I've tried talking to her about it and she just says that it's scary for her and she gets flashbacks. I get that, I 100% do, but how long am I expected to wait with nothing at all? She doesn't speak to me at all about therapy sessions, never talks about what happened outside of that day, and yet wants to have a normal relationship. I don't see this as a normal relationship anymore. I'm not legally tied to her, so I'm thinking of just ending the relationship. I love her, but I have needs too. I just don't want to seem like a complete jerk for leaving her. My girlfriend was assaulted, so I broke up with her. Quick summary if you're seeing this, my girlfriend of over 2 years was sexually assaulted and refused to press charges against the man who she knew attacked her. She has not told anybody about this except me, and she was almost ready to keep it from me as well. She refuses to talk to her friends or her family and claims she is in therapy. I needed to press the issue on. I still to this day have no assurance of that, but I take her word for it. My problem is that despite the lack of communication, our intimacy life has been non-existent. I expect that to a degree. This assault happened almost 5 months ago now. I've tried to engage her sexually one time, to which she didn't want to, and I get that. At the time it was too soon and I still to this day haven't tried anything since. I gave her the respect and the boundary to work through it and didn't want to try it again unless she was 100,000% ready, so that's what I've done. A lot of people said, oh, you're an a-hole and you don't love her. This all isn't true at all and quite ignorant. Just because I want to hook up in some way doesn't mean I don't love her or respect her. I just have never been in this situation. I didn't know how she would react, or that after almost 5 months of therapy she would still not want to have intimacy or at least be intimate in some way. I ended up breaking up with her over the weekend and she was upset about it, but I feel like this was the best option for both of us. We aren't married, we don't live together, so it's not like we have to go through some divorce process or work on getting out of a place we live together. She can now completely focus on her recovery and mental health without having to worry about our relationship. This was on Saturday night and we've still kept in touch since. I told her I'd still be around as a friend and would help with whatever was needed. I'm not just planning on leaving her out to dry. I already know the comments. We'll say good, she deserves better now, she can find someone worth the time, blah blah. I get it. I disagree, but I think I did a lot of things right in this situation. I however don't think I'm obligated to stick around a relationship I'm unhappy with and get no communication out of. We both talked about the possibility of getting back together in the future and I agreed to it. I can certainly see that as something that happens and I look forward to the future.
I was supposed to get married today, but my cousin sabotaged my wedding and my fiancé called it off. I can't really blame him for calling it off, because it was for financial reasons. But I feel like I can't talk to him about it because I'll start saying things that I regret. I was set to get married today. It was great, I had everything planned out perfectly. My venue was on the pricey side, but both my mother and aunt said they would help pay for it to make my wedding perfect. I sent invites months ahead to make sure everyone had time to plan stuff if they needed to travel, and the drama started when I didn't invite my cousin. I grew up with her because our mothers are close and she is very mentally ill and would always have meltdowns and stuff. Around last year she had a breakdown that everyone seems to ignore now. I'm pretty sure she has borderline personality disorder, and anyone who knows someone with that will tell you how unstable and unpredictable those people are. So I decided that I didn't want a severely mentally ill woman at my wedding to risk ruining it, and also we weren't that close to begin with and hadn't seen each other for years. I thought everyone would understand that, and it's not like she and I were very close to begin with. It caused a lot of drama and family fighting. My aunt said that if I didn't invite her daughter then she wasn't going to contribute money, and my female cousin's brothers also said that they weren't coming. Then my mom got angry and said that she wasn't going to contribute money if I was going to discriminate against my female cousin. And then other relatives heard that I hadn't invited her because of her mental illness. I didn't even tell anyone it was because of that, just that we weren't close. But I guess she was telling them that I was being bigoted against her because of her illness. I settled things with my mom, who agreed to pay, and I even offered my cousin an invite and apologized for excluding her when I initially sent out the invites. But she brushed me off and said she didn't want to go to my wedding. But my aunt never accepted the apology and still refused to pay. I thought that was fine because my fiancé could make up the difference, and asked my dad if he was willing to contribute more. He divorced my mom when I was a kid and we're not super close anymore because of it, but he still offered some money, but neither of them were able to pitch in anymore, and my savings also aren't enough unless I wanted to completely wipe them out or take out a loan, and I don't think that's a very good financial choice. I want the perfect wedding, but I don't want to go into debt for it. I finally decided to fold and look for another venue, but all of the ones I wanted were booked for the rest of the year. Last month my fiancé told me that we should postpone the wedding for a year so that we find the perfect venue that we can afford. I had to call all my friends and the family members who still wanted to go and basically tell them I was too poor to get married this year. It was humiliating. All of this is because of my cousin, who got pissy that I didn't want her at my wedding, And she doesn't even want to go to the wedding anyway, and did her best to turn my family against me.
My entitled friend brought in an unwanted houseguest in my house while I was on vacation and now she doesn't want to leave. She called the cops on me because I threw her bags outside. I'm the owner of a 2-story house. I went to Hawaii last week for a week vacation with my wife. No one was at home and it wasn't feasible for us to take dogs with us. So, I gave my house keys to a good friend and asked him to take care of my 2 dogs. This would involve feeding them, changing water, and taking them to 1-hour walk daily that is paid. But while we were on vacation, his girlfriend was in town and had nowhere to stay. He lives in a 1-bedroom condo with 2 other roommates. He messaged me and asked if I would allow his girlfriend to stay at my home for just 1 night. I agreed as it was just a matter of 1 night. Yesterday I came back and found out his girlfriend has made a dwelling on the upper floor of my house. She has been staying here for 4 days. I asked her to leave immediately, but she and my friend insisted on letting her stay 1 more week because she was searching for a job in LA. Of course, I refused because I didn't want a stranger in my house, and my wife was uncomfortable. They still insisted and refused to leave, so I called the police. They came but said this would be a civil matter and I had to go through the eviction process. They left and the woman gave me a smirk. By this point, my wife is pissed and uncomfortable. After carefully discussing this matter with my cousin, we made a nasty plan. Last night, that squatter girl went outside to grab dinner with her boyfriend. Me and my cousin carefully packed all of her stuff in her 3 bags, left our front porch and locked ourselves in the house. We also looked over her stuff from the window to ensure no one stole it. Our wait was over after 2 hours when the girl returned. She figured it out and started pounding at our door, yelling loudly to open it. We told her to go F off and we won't open the door. Finally, after 30 minutes of constant drama, she dared to call the cops. I was nervous how it would turn out. The cops arrived, and fortunately, they were different from the previous night. First, they listened to her side, then they came to me. I explicitly told them that I was the sole owner of the house and never allowed girls to stay more than 1 night. She was trespassing and living in my house illegally without my permission. She kept saying I had given permission to stay there indefinitely and now they are kicking her out. The officer said she has no proof of that. She claimed she had some message that accidentally got deleted. Now, the best part was that the officer then asked her for an ID. He verified it over radio and suddenly, they told him she had a failure to appear warrant for a month of a shoplifting case. The stupid lady was arrested immediately. The officer said I don't need to worry and they'll take care of her. I do not require any further action. What is something you cannot forgive your parents for no matter how you try? I've written about this before, but I think it bears repeating. I learned how to cook very early on. My mother was working one Thanksgiving when I was 12. I volunteered to cook dinner. She'd be home around 5 or so. Dinner time had not been specified. Turkey went in the oven that morning. Since it was a day off school and I was a kid, I grabbed my bike and went riding all around town. I remember a fun, freewheeling day until I got home. I got back around 4:30 and realized I had to hurry. My brothers and father laid around and watched me as I hurried to prepare the meal. There wasn't much to do if they had pitched in, boil potatoes, heat up rolls, boil the frozen corn, etc., but they didn't. My mom walked in while I was peeling potatoes. She stopped dead in her tracks. "Dinner's not ready?" I said, "It will be ready in a few minutes." She threw up her hands like I told her I was a pregnant 12-year-old crackhead. She started screaming at me. Dad came running in to see what the fuss was. He took off his belt and whipped me right there in the kitchen, potato peeler still in my hand, for not having everything ready on time. Again, we didn't know exactly when she would be home, and no dinner time had been set. My brothers just watched. I was sent to my room in the basement for the night. I don't know who finished cooking, probably my mother in her martyrdom. Here's how it should, have gone down. Mom comes home. I'm peeling potatoes. "Dinner's not ready?" "It will be ready in a few minutes." "Okay, good, I'm starving. I'm going to take a shower/change/lie down for a few minutes. Call me when it's ready." Or, she starts yelling. Dad comes in. "Calm down, it'll only be a few minutes. Here, let me take your stuff. Come in and lie down for a few minutes." To my brothers, "Get in here and help your sister." It took me many years to realize this day was an example of so many things. Dysfunction, piss-poor communication, child abuse, sexism, old-world parenting, as in 1800s BS, knee-jerk reactions, and so much more. My family was effed up, to say the least, and I don't care if that was the way they were raised. They were adults, they had brains to think with, they could make rational adult decisions. They knew better. Airplane pilots have read it. What was your biggest "we're all screwed" moment that you survived and your passengers didn't notice? I was the passenger on the plane. It was my first time flying alone, so it was a big deal for me. Chicago to Tampa. The way there is fine. The way back to Chicago. God. It was a boring, commercial flight. The plane wasn't completely full, but it was quite a few people still. We were approaching Midway Airport, but something happened. There was a big bang and a huge sudden drop. The plane then jerked up and away, and for some goddamn reason we had to go to O'Hare instead. So we're over the lake and we're told to assume the crash position. I was 12. When the flight attendants are in their seats in the crash position, I knew it was bad. The whole time the plane is jerking and going up and down, weightless one moment and then a jerk and normal feeling. We were so close to the water. I'm just thinking that I want to see my family and everyone again. We're finally approaching O'Hare, and we see fire trucks and ambulances by the airport and watching that runway approaching so fast. And the captain came on and said to brace for a very hard impact. The wheels were stuck, I guess, so somehow. Somehow we landed in a perfect glide without hitting anything. We did veer off across another runway and stopped in the grass. It was rough and bumpy and the noise of metal against concrete was like nails on a chalkboard times a million. But the only real damage was whatever failed and the belly of the plane was banged up, that's it. I was so far into fear that when I finally looked up I saw the bins had opened and everything was everywhere. It was just silence. Then everyone's just cheering and hugging each other. Pilot comes on and says, "Well, I think I give this roller coaster ride a 2." Then in seriousness talks about the slides coming out and all that. We're all walking out and everyone is just shaking the pilot's hand and it's my turn and I'm a hormonal emotional 12-year-old and just hugged and cried. I was so embarrassed after, but he was just happy because I was a kid and I was okay. Then I got to go down the slide. Not as fun as you think, lol. After everyone is checked out by paramedics we get taken to a gate and we get in, and I'm looking around for my dad since he was the one was supposed to pick me up. And I hear him yelling my name and so I'm screaming Daddy. Daddy. Sigh. Fiercest hug I ever got from him and one of a handful of times I've seen him cry. He's doing that thing where parents just check you all over like arms, legs, okay, no blood, you okay, you okay? I was the only kid on the plane so people were cheering and clapping during all of this. My dad finds the pilot and shakes his hand thanking him. The pilot was just like I was doing my job. My dad was like, "No, you do your job every day. Today you had to go above and beyond what your job usually requires of you." We're leaving and my dad told me when they had announced the emergency over the system at Midway Airport, he never felt his heart drop so fast. This was back when you could meet people at the gate, so suddenly he said there was a bunch of people running. He took some other people with him. They had taken the bus to Midway. It's about a 45-minute drive from one airport to another. They were pulling in when the plane started to make its descent, so we pulled over and they watched it land. Obviously they didn't know the condition of the inside of the plane, but they got hope then. Later, we get more details on what happened. A goddamn goose got sucked in the engine. Normally it wouldn't have done anything, but it was like a series of freak incidents after it happened. I don't remember the technical details, but I guess another engine failed and then the tail went awry? They were 100% thought we were going to crash into the lake. That's why he changed course. It was either a residential area and us or just us. They had grounded all planes meant to take off from O'Hare, so I'm only assuming all eyes were on us from the tower. Somehow he managed to keep us high enough to avoid crashing. I don't know all of what he had to do, just that he should not have been able to make it. Holy shit, sorry for the long post. What's the darkest side of humanity you have ever been exposed to? I worked in community care. There was a very troubled patient there named John who I looked after. He was a schizophrenic who had spent most of his life in institutions but was now living in the community with a dedicated team. His illness was such that he had no way of discerning thoughts or dreams from reality. It was all the same to him. Like a lot of people with his condition, he grew up being predated upon by all those around him, but mostly his alcoholic father, who would rope him and rope his mother while making him watch on a regular basis. He was in his early 50s when I met him, a seriously damaged man but also a lovable character when you got to know him. When he went to bed at night the nightmares would begin and you'd hear him crying and screaming in his sleep, "No daddy, no." The abuse was never in the past for him, it was always there in his head, as real as everything else. One day I was sitting alone with him in the car and he started talking to me. He wanted to get something off his chest. When his dad died, the whole family, who were terrified of him, were sitting in the house with him. His dad started having a heart attack, and pretty soon it became obvious to the rest of the family. No one spoke, they just all sat there as the father struggled and gasped for help, but no one would get up to help him. They all just sat in silence and watched him pass away. John was crying when he asked me if he'd done something wrong. I reassured him he hadn't.
I broke up with my boyfriend on his birthday because he revealed disgusting secrets about himself to me. I had just started dating Thomas and things seemed promising. After 7 weeks of dating, he invited me and 2 of his childhood friends, Alex and Bart, for a 29th birthday celebration weekend at his father's country house in a small French town. His father was going to be around as well and I was very excited to meet everyone. We arrived at the country house and after a few hours and lots of drinks, a group of people gathered around a small campfire and started sharing childhood memories. This is where things go wrong. At first, of course, innocent and dumb stories as you would expect, but then, Thomas and his friends started sharing really sick stuff. In particular, they told a story about how, when they were 17 years old, they found it very amusing to bully Arthur, a 14-year boy at their school who was autistic. They made his life hell verbally and physically. As if this was not enough, they created a fake girl profile on MSN Messenger and spent effing months exchanging messages with him under the false girl identity, flirting and developing a false relationship with the poor boy. Some people were in on it at school and it became a big and cruel joke behind Arthur's back. They used pictures of Bart's real cousin and the boy truly thought he had some kind of online girlfriend to whom he even sent confessions and love messages. At some point they got bored and scheduled a false rendezvous in real life, asking the boy to take a bus for 3 hours, wearing dumb clothing. Obviously there was no one waiting for him and they did not know how long he waited over there, by himself. If Arthur had not already understood what was going on, he found out the next day at school after Thomas and Bart told the story to everyone and even shared the love messages that Arthur had been writing. The poor boy stopped coming to class and ended up taking his life. Do you think that Thomas, Alex and Bart had any bit of shame about it? Not a bit of remorse, in particular on Thomas and Bart's side. They kept making jokes about it and even seemed to regret that they were not good enough at being evil to convince the boy to send explicit pics. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if he had done so. To say that I felt uncomfortable would be a gross understatement. I was absolutely horrified and started to despise Thomas more than anything. I was not the only one shocked. Thomas' father, who heard the end of the story, had the most disappointed look in his eyes. His stupid son was so intoxicated that he did not even notice it. I escaped the party immediately after that and got back to the house. I could not sleep at all tonight and I kept thinking about the evening and how Thomas was still finding this funny. I heard him coming to bed around 4 a.m. but I pretended I was asleep. I could feel him trying to have intimacy with me, but he lacked the energy and passed out himself. The next day was the actual birthday, and the initial plan was that I would take Thomas on a one-on-one fancy surprise date for lunch nearby and then we would meet the group for a late afternoon party. But instead, I woke up very early on Sunday morning, took all my stuff in silence and went alone to the train station where I took a direct train heading back home. I decided to send a text to Thomas wishing him happy birthday and telling him to meet me at a certain location 1 hour from the house for a surprise and that I needed to go a little bit in advance to make sure that everything would be perfect. I had picked the location randomly, using Google Maps, to gain time. Thomas read the text. He responded with excitement that he would follow the instructions religiously. When he arrived there at 12:30, I told him to wait further as there was little delay on something. Then I asked him to meet me at a restaurant which was a 30-minute drive from the initial location. When he arrived at 13:15, I texted him that I was on my way, would arrive in 20 minutes and that he would understand when he saw me why I made him wait. I also asked him to order some food and the most expensive bottle on the menu. Around 13:30 he started calling me several times and sent a lot of worried texts, and after 45 minutes I responded, "So, how does it feel to have people play with your feelings?" Then I stopped responding. I let him call and text the entire afternoon, but never responded. At some point an unknown number called me. It was his friend Alex asking what was going on and that Thomas' birthday was completely ruined because of what I did. I just responded, "This is an extremely small payback for what you did to Arthur. Tell Thomas to stop calling me." And hung up. I blocked them. The following days, a common friend called me to say that my reaction was completely absurd and unfair, that it was not my role to punish someone for actions they did as a teenager, that they were adult ways of saying things and that I had been completely crazy. Thomas tried to fix things and win me back for a few months afterwards. I never responded to any of his messages.
What are the best life hacks for poor people? 1. Please tell your doctor if your medications are too expensive. We don't know what your copay is and it's not always easy to tell what will be covered on your plan. Please let us know if something is too much. This is what we are here for. 2. To all my fellow college kids who use Chegg as a lifeline but can't afford it. Use textsheet.com, copy the URL of the blocked Chegg page and paste, answer that you're under 13 on the survey so they can't ask you anything else, and bam! An unlocked text of the problem solution. 3. Rich people throw out amazing stuff. If you know someone with a truck, you can go around the wealthy areas on garbage day and get all sorts of furniture, appliances, and clothing. A little cleaning and maybe a few minor repairs and you have lots of stuff to use or sell. 4. If you wind up homeless, get a Planet Fitness gym membership, $10 a month, so you can shower every day. Some even have free Wi-Fi. 5. Cheap hot dog buns are a cheaper alternative to loaves of sliced bread if you are on your own. A whole loaf of bread can often go stale before you eat it. A pack of 8 hot dog buns is usually $1. So that's a week's worth of bread for $1. 6. At Walmart or most grocery stores you can buy a rotisserie chicken for wicked cheap. They're actually cheaper to purchase cooked instead of raw, and you can make several meals out of just the meat you scrape off the bones. I often make sandwiches or wraps and it'll typically last for like 6 meals, all for like $5. Then you get to use the carcass to make a stock. 7. Supercook.com has a recipe generator that will help you make good meals with whatever you have at home. Best thing ever. Went from boring basic meals to actual tasty meals. 8. On top of learning to cook, try to buy healthy food. Fresh vegetables usually cost less than frozen pizzas. If you can't afford meat all the time, beans and eggs are great tasty ways to incorporate more protein in your diet. 9. Don't bank with Bank of America or Wells Fargo. Those banks might give decent service if you've got 6 figures in your savings, but not if you've got $6 in your checking. Credit unions, USAA, if you're eligible, and literally almost any other bank is a better option than those con artists. 10. Food stamps are available to people in poverty. Even if you have a job you can be eligible for up to $200 a month in food stamps. 11. The cleanest public bathrooms are in hotel lobbies and hospitals. Just act like you know where you're going and dress decently, you'll never be stopped. 12. Men, look for work as a laborer. This will get you into the trades, where people are paying $100,000 a year to swing a hammer. I started as a site cleaner, sweeping up dust. 5 years later I have a general contractor's license and a realtor's license. 13. Grow your own garden for food. Use layering and jackets instead of heaters. If you are trying to make money, go ahead and sue any third-party company that calls your household without consent after 9 p.m. It's apparently illegal. Am I the a-hole for walking out of the airport when I saw my husband's mom standing there with her luggage? I don't have the best relationship with my husband's mom. Since day one she tried to make remarks and compare me to her. She makes fun of my weight sometimes too, as well as for my hip dips. However, after I told her it makes me uncomfortable, she then tried to get on my good side and started overly praising everything I do and sometimes even copying me, like that one time when she literally dyed her hair purple just like mine, and when everyone pointed out how ridiculous she looked, she actually blamed me and accused me of trying to make a joke out of her. My husband and I took 2 weeks off work to go visit some places out of the country, tourism in other words. Thing is, I was the one who saved up for and arranged for the trip. My husband was responsible for booking the tickets. My husband's mom wanted to come along and threw temper tantrums when I said no. She called, texted, sent people to talk to me into letting her come, even threatened to call the police and make some complaint to get us to stay if she can't come. My husband said we should just take her, but I told him he was wrong to tell her about the trip in the first place. He gave me an ultimatum, said he wouldn't go if she can't come, and I told him I'd gladly call his bluff, which made him take his words back and say fine. I will tell her to stop it because we won't take her. Things got quieter, suspiciously quieter. The day of the trip came and we got to the airport at 2 p.m. My husband was walking ahead of me and was looking left and right like he was looking for someone. I asked him, but he didn't respond. He led me to the waiting area and the first thing I saw was his mom standing there with her luggage. I froze in my spot. I felt a cold wave washing over me and I was fuming inside. She and my husband were hugging. That's when I quietly turned around and started walking towards the exit. My husband followed me while shouting at me to stop. He tried to stop me, but I told him off in the harshest way possible. He tried to say I was overreacting and that his mom was there anyway and I should let it go and not mess the trip up for us. I told him he and his mom could still go and that I was going home. I went home and sobbed into my dog's fur for several minutes. Turned out he booked her a ticket without me knowing. An hour later he came home yelling and raging about how pathetic and spiteful I was to walk out and go home and ruin the trip last minute. I told him he caused this to happen. He said that I was being so hard on his mom, it's ridiculous. I refused to fight anymore, but he kept on berating me, then called my family to tell them that the trip was cancelled and that it was because of me. My family said that I shouldn't have ruined it for myself and should have sucked it up and done my best to enjoy it. My husband's girl best friend is pregnant and she says it's his. So I met my husband, 25, while I was 22, and we hit it off instantly. He was the man of my dreams. He took me on date nights and made sure I was loved and gave me big gifts every so often, telling me I was the only one for him. I believe this since we have been together for 4 years now, and I've never had any issues until he introduced his best friend, who we will call Laura for privacy reasons. I remember we had an argument because he didn't tell me about her for our whole relationship, and he had been sneaking to see her and hang out with her at parties when I was sleeping, believing that he was working overtime. I was hurt by this and my first thought immediately went to infidelity, but I found all of their texts to be platonic after he willingly told me to look. I thought she was nice at first, since when I first met her she spoke to me politely and said how lucky I was for about a week, until there was a get-together and my husband invited me along because it was her mother's anniversary and her family loved my husband because they had known each other since they were kids. I was okay with this and quite excited, since I wanted to make more female friends and have girls' nights out to relieve my work stress, since my job is difficult and I make 6 figures. I should also mention my husband works in an office job that doesn't pay a lot, so I handle all of the house bills and chores while he is trying to get another job. I walked into the house with my husband and she ran to him happy and immediately wrapped her whole body around his arm and dragged him off to the garden. He didn't even come to get me or anything after being dragged away, so I went to the kitchen to ask for a drink, where I was greeted by Laura's mother. She is a lovely person. We generally had a nice talk about our own lives and she made sure I felt welcome. The whole gathering was mainly nothing special till it got to the dinner. I sat down next to my husband and Laura walked up to me and asked me to move. I asked why, since the only other spot available was next to her uncle and mother, and since it was about her mother, wouldn't she want to sit next to her? Laura replied to the question with, "'Cause I want to sit next to him." I turned to my husband, who just nodded and told me to move as well, saying that I was being childish and making a scene. At this point I generally felt my blood boiling. I stood up and told my husband that I felt uncomfortable and that I need to go to the bathroom, and asked where it was. Laura told me and I left the table doing breathing exercises trying to calm down. I ended up messaging my brother from the bathroom and he said I was being jealous and that I was overreacting, so I agreed and went back to the table to sit next to Laura's mother. The whole time they were laughing and it seemed that everything he said was funny to her, and she kept rubbing his back, touching his arms and saying how strong he had gotten, and she would look at me smugly. The breaking point to all of this was when I put a bit of meat onto my plate and she said, "Are you really going to eat all of that?" And I froze in embarrassment while my husband and her laughed. Her mother stood up for me, saying that was inappropriate and to treat guests with respect, but she ignored it. Laura is very pretty and slim and works out, so coming from her it hurt a lot. I stood up from my chair and walked out the front door and called my dad. I told him to pick me up and that I'll explain why in the car. When I got in the car I broke down and told him everything. He said I was most likely overreacting, but the situation was very odd and that I'm welcome to stay with him for the time being. I thanked him and went back to our house. While I was getting comfortable my phone flooded up with messages from my husband and Laura. I read the messages and to my horror my husband was saying I ruined the whole dinner and that he was going to stay there for the night. I then read what Laura said, saying I had ruined her night because of my pick-me behavior. After doing research on that word, it's only filled me up with more anger. My husband came home around 5 p.m. from Laura's and I immediately said leaving me and staying at another woman's house was disgusting, and he started shouting that I'm overreacting again and that I need to go counseling for my jealousy issues. For about a month everything was going okay again, apart from that my husband got more distant and cold and I could feel that our argument wedged a gap in our marriage. Until I got a message from Laura this morning with a positive pregnancy result and a threat saying we should get divorced cause it's my husband's. I don't know what to do and I'm just venting cause I feel awful and I feel like I failed as a wife. I don't know if I should confront my husband and I'm thinking about it.
What's a really awkward situation that everyone can relate with? When you think someone waves at you so you wave back, but they were waving at someone behind you. Standing there while two people talk about something you don't know about. When you try to contribute to a conversation and someone cuts you off multiple times. Being at a friend's house as a kid and the friend's mother starts yelling at your friend. Saying hello or how are you to somebody and getting 100% ignored. When you start to tell a story in a group but in middle of sentence realize that no one is actually listening and ever so slowly you get quiet and hope no one took notice.
Update: misogynist bets my wife to a race. You see, the entitled douche, Chad Chaddington III, decided to file a frivolous lawsuit which cost me $500 to have my lawyer get it thrown out before week's end. However, you see, Monday we filed our own paperwork. First we started with PPOs for both myself and wife. We then filed a defamation suit that also seeks legal fees as well as missed income due to time spent at the courts. The suit in total was for $18,000. I own 4 businesses and make on average $1,380 an hour, and the wife makes around $300 an hour. Today we went into court over the PPOs. Wife and I decided to take the GTO to court, and as I parked in the parking lot, I saw Chad getting out of his car directly across from us. Chad looked like steam should be coming from his ears, but he did manage to not say a word. After about 70 minutes the court called our cases for the PPOs. Chad wanted a hearing. Through the hearing the whole story was told and the judge was very interested in Chad's physical aggression and threats. Chad also brought up the fact that the courts threw out his lawsuit for theft and stated he's going to lose his house because he cannot get justice. The judge called for a recess and returned 15 minutes later, with the now dismissed lawsuit filed by Chad. According to Chad's lawsuit, he was forced into the bet via threats of violence. After about 15 minutes of Chad explaining how he was in fear for his life as I threatened him repeatedly, it was now my attorney's turn to speak. You see, on all of my cars except the Honda, not only do I have dash cams, but I have Blackview systems which record inside and outside audio along with 270 degrees around the car, and the interior. We had this footage available in court. The footage directly contradicted Chad's sob story. After the video finished playing, the judge ruled for 3-year PPOs, restraining orders, against Chad for both myself and my wife, a $5,000 settlement, and he found Chad in contempt of court for perjuring himself. Chad was sentenced to 7 days in county lockup and a $3,000 fine for his lies. Please fellas, leave the misogyny in the 1950s.
My friend wants to name her baby the name of our best friend who passed away, except I already chose that name. Me and my best friend Nicole lost our other best friend Christina due to a horrific car accident. We had been a trio since we were 4 years old, and Christina's death was, and still is, extremely traumatic for me. Both me and Nicole have had a horrible time coping without her and miss her so much. She was a 1-in-a-million sister to us. Nicole and I have gotten even closer since her death, which is what makes this even more difficult. At the time of Christina's death, I was 7 months with my first baby, a little boy. We had originally picked an honor name for him from our family, but my husband had suggested we name him Christian in honor of Christina. I sat with it a little bit and then brought it up to Nicole, who was extremely against it, but not for the reasons you think. Since childhood, Nicole has hated any person younger than her by 4 years. She had been adamant about remaining child-free, and I don't think we had a single discussion ever about her even entertaining the idea of having kids. However, I love kids and think I'm a pretty decent mom, so if I could afford it I would have 20 kids. But for now we are settling on hopefully having 3. Nicole knew I wanted more kids than just my boy and said that I should really save Christina until I had a girl. Or, worst case scenario, if I only had boys, my last little one would be named Christian. After her explanation, I completely agreed that Christina should be saved for a future child and went with the other name for my son, which completely fits his personality and is perfect for him, so she still made the right call. Fast forward to today, I am 31 weeks pregnant with a little girl. We have picked out the name Christina Iris, to name her after my best friend's name and favorite flower. We have embroidered so many things with her name, and I have even announced it on social media already. Anyone who knows me knows this baby will be named Christina. Nicole got married a year ago to the most wonderful man and has completely changed the way she looks at kids. I was super excited because, while I never brought it up, I had always dreamed of our kids being best friends the way she and I were. She and I got pregnant pretty close together, by accident, and is currently 23 weeks. Before finding out the gender, she and I workshopped a ton of names that she and her husband loved and had figured out something perfect for her vibe. However, after her gender reveal where she found out she was having a girl, something flipped the switch and she had been adamant that she should get to name her baby Christina now. I told her I was willing to compromise and change the middle name so she could have Iris, or that I wouldn't mind at all if her little girl's middle name was Christina. In fact, I threw that out there while we workshopped names and she originally said no, or that she could go for Christine, but she has refused all of them. She said she will be naming her baby Christina and that I needed to comply because Christina was alive for my wedding but was not for hers, so I don't get to just take whatever I want. I'm devastated about this because I absolutely do not want to ruin our friendship. I want for our kids to be best friends and to watch them grow up together. I need her friendship desperately. But she is not budging. I've already spent all this money on clothes and blankets and signs for my little girl and am so dead set on the name too. I feel for her about the wedding, but she's treating me like I should be punished for it rather than not understanding that Christina also missed out on a ton of huge achievements of mine, like seeing my son be born or huge job promotions. I'm also upset because she's the one who convinced me to name my son something else when I could have given him Christian. It finally came to a head this morning where she basically demanded I give her all of my embroidered stuff that I bought for my baby girl, so that I won't use it, and allow her to name her daughter Christina, or else she's going to cut me off. I'm at a loss and am unsure what to do. Should I let her cut me off and, since I will give birth first, stick with the name? Or should I give her my stuff and take the loss of the name? I'm so sick about this entire situation and know Nicole is just grieving in her own way, but I feel forced into a corner and have no way to fight for what I want. What should I do?
What made you fall in love with your partner even more? My wife is constantly doing things for me that make me a little gooey on the inside. Today, it was the fact that she went and bought me my favorite candy bar, and didn't tell me, so when I opened the fridge, it was there. I was so happy. But the nicest thing she's ever done? I was once in the hospital for a week. She rushed me to the ER in the middle of the night, and we had no idea what's wrong with me. The doctors in the ER couldn't figure it out, so I was admitted for observation. While I was there, I was on a liquid diet only. I think it was the second night I was there, I told her I would kill for some applesauce. She walked her pretty butt down to the cafeteria to get me some, but came back and said bad news. They don't have applesauce. But I got an apple, and a spoon. I said, okay honey. What are you going to do with that? I'm going to make you applesauce. She says. I just lost it. I had this image of her with this apple, and the spoon, trying to mush the apple up in a bedpan trying to make me applesauce. Once I stopped laughing I said, oh honey. That's so sweet. But you have to cook apples first to make applesauce. She had no idea. Her mind was blown, but the fact that she was going to do whatever she had to do to get me applesauce at one of the worst times in my life made me fall even more in love with her. She is the truest and the best, and I don't tell her enough. Be right back, gotta go tell her how awesome she is. What screams I'm an undercover cop? They ask too many questions. One time I met a guy that I initially thought was a random homeless person, but then he started asking me all these questions. Like, hey, I haven't seen you around here. That's when my red flag went up. Why is he asking me all these questions? Usually homeless people don't talk to me, and if a street thug talks to me, it's to sell drugs or to hit on me. And they always talk lots of shit. It's not super common for them to just make polite conversation. About a year later I was summoned for jury duty. He was called to the witness stand as an undercover cop. I knew it. Also, there was this guy that was pretty crazy, but then he'd look out for people. That's just odd. Like if someone was going to kill someone else, he'd say let him handle it. That's really the only thing that gave him away though. He'd be so gangster about everything, but when it came to brass tacks he wouldn't let anyone kill or be killed. He'd always argue it's bad for business, dead junkies don't buy drugs. If he is a cop, he's excellent at hiding it, but I'm like 99% sure he is, because one day he told me to go to rehab. He claimed he was super worried about me and he thought I should get help. I'm like, bro, you're a drug dealer, you should be happy my problem is out of control. He kept insisting that I go to treatment. About a week after I did, my entire crew went to prison. Either a cop or an informant. Nevertheless, I'm glad he did it in a way where no one questioned why I was the only person in the whole story that didn't catch a case. One final point. When undercovers are in cars, I know them by their energy. Usually, I can feel them before I see them. If they wanted to approach me without me knowing, they would have to stop acting like they're hunting, and then I wouldn't feel that predatory vibe. As soon as a cop looks at me, I know there is a cop looking at me. Even if I can't see them, I'll scan the area until I do.
If I want to be big boned, then let me be big boned. Hi everyone, I just need some advice, and maybe some perspective. I, 29, have been dating my boyfriend, 45, for just over a year. We love each other, and although there is an age difference, it hasn't really become much of a big deal overall, and we have a lot in common. However, it has created a bit of a complex where he is aware of how much more worldly he is than I am, and he generally tries to teach me things quite a bit, and assumes he knows better than me, which, to be fair, he often does. A big issue that has come up continually is that he tends to disapprove of my eating choices. This is fair. I have always struggled with being overweight throughout my life and have continually told him how I want to change my body and how I am not happy with my current physique. And in general he is very caring and supportive. Also a bit of context, his type is generally larger guys, and all of his exes have been overweight/obese. However, quite a few times since then he has controlled what I ate, or at least gotten moody whenever I would even so much as mention eating or liking something that's fried/unhealthy/childish. To the point where he has told me, you are not eating that, or this stuff is garbage, we're not having that for dinner. A few months ago my family sent me quite a lot of candy I like from back home. I'm from another country originally. He saw that it was way too much and said he was taking half of it to his place so I wouldn't eat it all. He didn't even ask before he did it, but said it is available whenever I want at his place, and just to not have it all in one place. This kind of upset me, but I brushed it off as his way of caring for me. The most recent event which has sparked this post was this past weekend. We were just celebrating something and we bought a small cake of a flavor we both enjoy, but that I particularly like. He knows this. To him, the cake had a disgusting amount of frosting on it, and when I was finished eating a bit of my cake sponge, there was still a lot of frosting left over. Before I could eat it, He took the plate with the frosting away and said that I shouldn't be eating that, and he went and threw it out. I got a bit upset, which made me feel pathetic and weak, getting upset over food, like I did when I was a kid/teenager, and then with the next slice, I asked if he could keep some of the frosting, and he didn't. He took most of it off, and threw out the rest of it, giving me just the cake sponge with a tiny amount of the frosting still on it, saying, "You see, so much better. You don't need all that poop." I confronted him the next day, asking if he could maybe not just do something like that regarding my food without asking me if it was okay first. In fairness to him though, I probably would have been upset if he even asked. He very reluctantly agreed, although was seemingly disappointed and annoyed when I asked this. He said in a relationship, how we eat and generally behave, drinking, going out, hobbies, traveling etc., should be somewhat tailored to what the other person wants and how they act, even noting that he has started eating less healthily since he got into a relationship with me. He developed extreme health-conscious eating in his 30s and is far more in shape than I am, and expects me to put in the same effort. He said he didn't ask me cause he would be pretty sure I'd make the wrong decision and eat all the icing and that he's concerned for my health. I totally understand this is coming from a good place, but I guess I'm really starting to second-guess myself as to whether or not I understand how a relationship should be, and that perhaps I'm actually the odd given that I told someone who really cares about me a big insecurity and oftentimes act in a way that, given that information, is making it worse, and that I get upset for him helping. However, I suppose I just don't like all of the comments that are made, and when he takes the choice away from me. This is frustrating.
How is your "if we are single by 30, we're getting married" friend doing? I met Lisa when I was in high school through a mutual friend. Lisa lived about 4 hours, but we kept in touch by writing romantic letters to each other. We met up for a spring break trip at the beach and got along well since we hadn't seen each other in several years. We had intimacy during the trip a lot, but unfortunately, that's all it was, for the time being anyway. We both went to different colleges and dated on and off some during our college years. After college we dated, then she went to Germany for 3 years. We'd see each other casually when she'd come home, but nothing serious. When she came back home from Germany we started seeing each other again. We made a pact that if we were not married by 30 we'd get married. We drifted apart a bit at 29 years old and we were both dating other people. She ended up marrying the person she was dating and I ended up marrying the person I was dating. We both went to each other's weddings with our respective significant others. We'd meet as couples and go to dinner sometimes and once vacation together for a long weekend. Our kids went to the same school for a while, too. Then we lost touch for about 5 years and had no contact, until one day I ran into Lisa at a local Starbucks. I heard someone call my name and it was Lisa. We hugged and caught up for a while. I then asked her how her husband was doing and she said they split up about a year ago. She asked about my wife and I told her we split about 10 months ago. We looked at each other and I asked her if she'd meet me for coffee the next day and she immediately said yes. We dated for several years and got married in December 2021. Who is the most disciplined person of all time? David Goggins. Without a doubt, David Goggins is the most disciplined man of all time. For those that don't know, he grew up in extreme poverty with his father passing away when he was young. He had an abusive stepfather that would commit acts of violence against him and his mother. His mother worked 3 different jobs to provide for him. He cheated his whole way through high school, and didn't do a single assignment. After he graduated he started sitting around and eating too much junk food. He worked as a cockroach sprayer, and he eventually became 300 pounds fat. Now at this point, you might be wondering how this person is the most disciplined in the world. Well, after watching a show about people going through Hell Week, he decided to try and enlist in the Navy SEALs. He was told he needed to lose over 100 pounds, before he could even apply. So in 3 months he lost 100 pounds of weight. During his time, on the first couple days of Hell Week, he broke, and fractured all the bones in his shins, and he still completed the training. He would tape his shins so that his legs would function, but he was in constant agony. He became the 32nd African American Navy SEAL. He completed Hell Week 3 times. Then he became a drill sergeant. After this, he decided that he wanted to do a marathon to help raise money for retired SEALs. Going through what he went, he wanted to help out. He tried to go into this race, however he was denied, because he was told he had to have ran a different marathon, which was over 100 miles, to even qualify for this race. So he decided to join a 24-hour race. At mile 64 he got a stress fracture in both his legs, and started pissing blood. Despite that he still finished the race. He did 105 miles in 20 hours. After that he ran the Badwater 135, where he ran for over 30 hours non-stop. Despite again breaking multiple muscles, he still continued the race. Goggins later became a best-selling author, ultra-marathon runner, and motivational speaker. He faced many more setbacks in the future, but because of his mental fortitude, he continues to inspire millions. Oh, and did I mention that he did all of this with a literal hole in his heart that could have erupted at any point? Show up at my work because you think we're together? Good luck ever getting a job in this city again. For around a year and a half, I was in a tense relationship with a woman named Mia who made it seem like she hated me. I tried to break up with her multiple times, but she would do crazy stuff like threaten to sleep with my landlord so that I would be evicted if I ever went through with a breakup. That sort of stuff. It was genuinely terrifying, but after 3 or 4 failed attempts to break up with Mia, I finally decided that the safest bet was doing the opposite. So, I turned into a jerk. Whenever Mia and I went out to dinner, I made sure to pay and do whatever I had to objectively keep her happy, but I spent the whole time complaining. I often took pieces of her favorite food and ate them. I gave her crappy gifts. I did whatever I could to make MIA want to break up with me, so that I could finally pretend to accept it when the time came and move on. It sort of worked. After a few weeks, Mia just stopped texting me. It's been 3 months since we last spoke. But yesterday, she showed up at my work, much to my surprise. Apparently, it was our anniversary, and Mia had surprised me with a reservation. She even bought me a gift, which was sort of sweet, except for the fact that Mia started screaming when she saw that I had a female coworker with me. And I'm not talking about a little startled shriek. Mia went full hyena, screaming at the woman I was talking with, accusing me of cheating. I was stunned because, 1, I had no clue my ex still believed I was in a relationship with her, and 2, the woman I was with was literally a random coworker. Luckily, security quickly intervened. The first thing they tried to do was tell me that I needed to take my girlfriend out of the office and speak to her privately, because her hyena screeching was definitely disrupting business meetings that were going on upstairs. That's when I saw my opportunity. I looked at the security guard, looked at my psycho ex, and said, I don't know who this woman is. It was a low blow, but I could not deal with Mia sinking her little talons into my life again after she had finally started to leave me alone. Moreover, this was my personal payback for the 4 times she threatened to sleep with my landlord to have me evicted when I tried to break up with her. As security was hauling her out, the chief executive officer of my company, who basically owns half the city, happened to be leaving. He didn't speak to me, but I saw him hang around until security threw her out, where he then got her name. I think Mia thought that the CEO was trying to come onto her or something when he asked for her name because she immediately started flirting, but I know that guy, and he's ruthless. She definitely just got herself blacklisted from whatever corporations he owns. Then again, if she ruins her life, that's on Mia, not me. Today I learned that the United States does not have a federal law banning cannibalism. Idaho is actually the only state where simply committing the act lands you in prison. Normally, the unalive part of cannibalism is what they prosecute. Most states also have laws against desecrating corpses. So while eating the dead may not be specifically illegal, it's awfully tough to accomplish without breaking some law. But what about eating the flesh of the living? Doesn't that mean that if someone was willing, and you wrote up a contract that states you have given permission to have a section of flesh removed and cooked for consumption by another party, then technically no law has been broken? For example, I know people who have their wisdom teeth and baby teeth. Let's say I popped one like a pill. That's technically counted as cannibalism, right? Consumption of human body matter? But nobody was harmed in any way, so why should that be a crime? In theory, why should this be illegal? Consenting adults, bodily autonomy, just because we think it's gross isn't really a good reason. I know that in the UK, this would be illegal because a person can't consent to grievous bodily harm. There's case law on this point. But I wonder if it would be different if the victim cut out their own flesh and gave it to someone to eat. I don't see what crime would be committed in that case by either party. Would it still be grievous bodily harm if you performed the procedure on yourself? Probably not, but it would be considered self-mutilation, and as far as I know, that's not illegal. Even so, there was a guy in Japan that gave informed consent to be castrated, and served his balls as the entree at a dinner party. Money wasn't a factor in any of this, and he essentially did it to himself. It brings up weird thoughts about how consent plays into destructive acts. A similar case like this happened in Germany where the person explicitly consented on camera to be unalived and eaten as part of a unalive cannibalism fantasy. However, the other person was still arrested for their unalive because it was deemed that no sane person would be consensual to their own unalive. Since the person was deemed mentally unfit, they weren't able to give consent. Don't want to fix our mouse problem? Then we'll bring it to you. It was autumn 2019, shortly after the first frost, and our cat brought us a mouse. We take a picture and report to maintenance. They check out the apartment, see no poop, set a trap and tell us to let them know if it happens again. A few nights later we get another mouse, and then the next night we get 2 more mice. We call maintenance. They claim to have found the issue behind the stove. They patch it and leave. We get another mouse. They claim there is an issue by our washer dryer and they patch that. Then there are more mice. We request a professional exterminator daily and they refuse. Eventually maintenance gets sick of our calls. We've never got a mouse in our trap, and there's no mouse poop. The only evidence of mice is our pictures of 16 mice with our cat over time. So the maintenance guy comes up with a clever idea. He says next time we get a mouse, we need to keep it and bring it to the main office. They can study it, and figure out where it's coming from. My husband and I are well educated and know that's just not how mice work. The landlord doesn't want to pay an exterminator and they don't believe the issue is as bad as it is. It's time for a little malicious compliance. A night or 2 later we got a mouse. We put it in a garbage can in the tub until morning. Unfortunately the little guy doesn't make it through the night. In the morning we bag our friend and head to the leasing building. The apartment manager is there, as are several families waiting to begin a tour of the complex. We explain to our landlord about the now 17 mice, and how we're now supposed to personally deliver each mouse to her. She looks at my husband horrified, grabs her cell phone and heads to a back room. We can hear her screaming at the maintenance guy about his request. In the meantime we're explaining to her potential tenants the issues we've been facing. A couple minutes later she returns, tosses the mouse in the garbage and says they'll be paying a professional exterminator to take a look at the building. The exterminator found hundreds of entry points which get taken care of. That was the last mouse we ever had in that apartment. My guidance counselor told me I wasn't university material, and years later, I pretended not to know her. Back in high school, I struggled hard. I had a stepdad who adopted me and then ignored me my whole life, and a mom who was wrapped up in making his life perfect. Yeah, he was what some might call a textbook narcissist, with my mom as his flying monkey. Wizard of Oz reference. Anyway, school was a difficult time for me, and I had a lot of anxiety and a hard time focusing. I attended all my classes and was always doing very well on my assignments, but had trouble completing them. My guidance counselor was the same all through high school, and every year would start with a meeting with her, and I would explain I needed more help because I was struggling to focus. She brushed me off every time, stating that I obviously wasn't trying hard enough because I had no excuse, since my stepdad adopted dad was. Wait for it. A social worker for the school board and personal friend of hers. Yeah, it was awful. At the end of high school, we had our obligatory meeting about what colleges or universities or trade schools to apply to. I told her I was interested in psychology and would like to be a counselor or to teach psychology. This woman scoffed, literally scoffed at me. She said, and I quote, "Please do not apply to university. It would be a huge disappointment for you. You are not university material, and you may be better with a community college or even certificate in administration." Now, let me say, there is nothing wrong with going to community college or getting a certificate in something. Nothing at all. But this woman's words would haunt me my whole life. I wanted to pursue something I was very interested in, and she essentially told me I wasn't smart enough or capable enough to do it. Fast forward to my late 20s. I worked at a variety of small jobs here and there and became very depressed. I finally decided one day that I'm applying for university. Well, I got in, and I graduated with honors. So I went to teacher's college for another bachelor degree, again graduated with honors. And about 5 years ago, I finally finished my master's in behavioral psychology. My stepdad died. And who is at the visitation? My old guidance counselor. She came right over and started talking to me immediately, like she knew me, like we're old friends. I cut her off and said, "I'm so sorry. You must be confusing me with someone else." She looked absolutely shocked and said, "I was your guidance counselor for 4 years." And I just shook my head and gave the best blank look I could give, shrugged, and said, "Sorry, I honestly don't remember you." When I left, she looked a bit confused and disappointed. I think she had hoped for me to have all of these good memories of her. How helpful she was to me as a teen. But nope. I wanted her to feel that she was nothing to me. Had zero effect. Even though she did affect me. I wasn't letting her know that. I felt pretty good about that. I think I absolutely humbled a Boy Scouts group that was selling popcorn. There's this grocery store in my town that usually has people standing in the front trying to sell things or ask for donations. Just today, there were these kids and some adults who were trying to sell popcorn to raise funds for their Boy Scouts activities. When me and my friend left the store, we were busy looking for another store that had the item we needed. So, while we were distracted, we failed to hear them pitching their sales. I normally do politely reject in these scenarios, but I didn't this time. It was a genuinely honest mistake. However, one of the adults just really didn't like that we did that, so she started to complain about us loudly and got louder as we walked away, saying that she hated people who pretend not to hear them and that we had no decency or kindness. I'd usually let mundane conflicts with strangers slide, but I was already having a bad day, so I yelled out to them that nobody owes you their time. And walked away while she started yapping more. Obviously, looking back, I do feel bad for the kids because they didn't deserve to experience that just yet, but I can't help like the lady's reaction was unnecessary and that it was justified for me to defend myself. Am I the asshole for how I reacted? Also, would I be the asshole if I contacted their group to somewhat apologize and complain about that lady? I am an Asian woman who lives in a very southern and conservative town where there aren't many Asians. I don't want her to take her experience with me and spread even more racism, especially to the kids since they're a vulnerable group. I was bullied in this town and don't want my actions to increase the bullying of any other one of the Asian kids in my area. Am I the jerk for telling my wife I'm tired of raising a kid that is not mine? I, 31, am married to my wife Amber, 30, we have a daughter Emma, 7, the problem is my wife's best friend Jennifer, 30, has a daughter as well Harper, 7, well Harper's dad is a lazy sack of crap and refuses to do anything with his daughter. He is the type of guy that brags about how he never changed a diaper. Jennifer and Harper are usually at Amber and my house on the weekends because Harper's dad is drinking and watching sports all weekend. On Saturdays I normally spend all day with my daughter because I don't see her as much as I want to during the week. However, with Harper being there every Saturday, anything I do with Emma I have to do with Harper. Take Emma to the zoo. It's Emma, Harper and I taught them both how to ride bikes, took them both to dance class, took them both to the kids' salon, and so on. Mother's Day was the last straw. I took them both to dance class Saturday morning. Amber and I also pay for both dance classes because Deadbeat won't. On the way home Emma asked if we could stop to get something for Mom for Mother's Day. I said sure, but then it ended up I had to buy something for Harper for her mom as well. On the way home I just kept thinking, why am I buying someone else's wife a Mother's Day gift? That's his job. A few days later, because I did not want to ruin Mother's Day, I told my wife that I am tired of raising Harper. Her real father needs to step up. I'm tired of it taking away time I get to spend with Emma. She said that Jennifer is her best friend and we need to be there for Harper. Now she is not speaking to me and sleeping in the guest bedroom. So am I the jerk? Just wanted to add some updates to questions I see. Emma and Harper are best friends. It was my idea to spend Saturday with Emma. I work more during the week, so I wanted to spend Saturday with Emma and to give my wife a bit of a break. We pay for things because Jennifer's husband thinks it's a waste of money to pay for dance class and Jennifer can't afford to pay by herself. Jennifer and Harper do things with Amber and Emma 1 or 2 times a week together during the weeknights.
My husband said he doesn't love me anymore because I'm too depressed. I have anxiety and my husband doesn't know how to cope with it. Now, I believe he simply doesn't want to cope. We visited my doctor together, so he could understand a little bit about the situation, generalized anxiety disorder and depression. Terrible idea. He criticized me all the time, blamed me for not getting better, and at the end said he didn't believe we could work out anymore. Yes, he said that to my doctor who was trying to make him understand how GAD and depression are affecting me. At the end, I was crying and he was angry at me and at the doctor. He insisted I took him to a couples therapy without his consent. The next day I asked him if he still loved me. He just paused and stared at me, then said, "You ask some difficult questions." When he still couldn't answer if he still loved me, I removed my wedding ring and said we were done. I couldn't be with someone who couldn't answer this simple question. More than a decade together and that's how he answered me. He apologized, cried and said he doesn't love me anymore. My anxiety has destroyed his feelings for me. I'm heartbroken, but relieved, because I couldn't spend my energy on this relationship, when clearly I was the only one fighting for it. At least now, I know it's over. However, I feel lonely, since I will have to fight this mental disorder all by myself, family lives far away. I must get better for my children and I. I cannot move out right now, nor him. We will have 2 different bedrooms, while sharing the house. We will also talk to a mediator, in order to organize the separation while I'm fighting against GAD and depression. I hope it's gonna help. We have the kids and they don't know yet how to tell them. I feel like I failed this family. And I'm afraid I will end up getting worse. My husband said he doesn't love me anymore because I'm too depressed. He's driving me insane. So, after the decision to get separated, things got better at home. I believe that a weight has been removed from our shoulders, so we had almost no arguments. We were being kind to one another and my anxiety got better, as well as my depression. Things were so good that we made the mistake of sleeping together. That gave me lots of hope. Maybe, we would find our way back together. After that, we talked. I told him we could not repeat that. I still have feelings for him, so it would hurt me a lot if the intimacy meant nothing to him. We had a mediation session and tears were all over. We agreed he would no longer hug me when I left in the morning. The mediator said we had to cut those physical connections to avoid repeating the same mistake. Also, he would clear his office, which would become my new bedroom. It was difficult, but we cut off the hugs after a couple days. He, on the other hand, asked for the day off at work. I thought it would be to clean the office, but no. Later he told me he has an internal fight. He didn't want the separation, but he believed that it was necessary, because we were not happy together. I remind him he is the one who doesn't love me anymore, and that I am unhappy due to my depression. A couple days later we were discussing something and messages kept popping up on my phone. It was a Reddit male friend, called Xavier, who has the same name as a friend, called Zaid, I have over here. This same day, I would go to a party where Zaid would be attending. My ex got a bit uncomfortable and asked me if Zaid and I were flirting. I said no, and explained that the messages were from Xavier, who lives in another country. He was clearly jealous, and when I returned from the party, my ex tried to have sex with me, which I denied. The next day, we talked about that and I asked him about his feelings. I assured him I was not interested in other people. Also, that, once again, we could not have intimacy if he didn't love me anymore. I asked him if he was unsure about his feelings, but he said he was just horny, nothing else. I felt so disrespected. He knew about my feelings and tried having intimacy with me because he was horny? The next days I kept sending him photos of the new furniture I would need to buy for my new room. I was asking him some advices regarding the size of them. None of them was good, too big, too small, too expensive. After that, I reminded him that he needed to clean the office. I told him that sharing a room was making things difficult for me. So, I asked him if he was having second thoughts, because he was delaying it, plus, he was issues with every suggestion I made regarding the furniture. He didn't even think twice before answering, "Nah, I am being just lazy." You are complicating things. He suggested I could clean it myself. I reminded him that this was his job, and that we had agreed on that during the mediation. Yeah, this super sincere answer hurt, but, now we are back to arguments. Again, he does not accept my emotions and get angry or rude to me, anytime I say something he doesn't like. Sometimes I feel like he deliberate confuses me, so I don't move on.
What's the best mistake you've ever made? I got a 6-figured salary offer at a very prestigious and well-known software company at just 1.5 years of my career. I was working as a marketing executive when I got this offer for a marketing manager position. That was almost 2 to 3 ranks higher than my current rank. The salary was also about 3 times my current salary. Perks and benefits were beyond this. After all, it was a multi-million software firm. The company's management was inspired by my interview skills, confidence, boldness and demonstration skills. Instead of asking my previous pay, they directly offered me this package with other perks and benefits. Which was a really handsome offer to me. They also mentioned that they hire the best talent no matter how expensive they are. I was very shocked and confused at that moment. It was like a huge leap in my whole career, as I was working for a startup for about a year, and this job role and my current boss, both played a key role in making me a qualified marketing professional in the industry. In other means, my current company and my boss provided me with an open space to grow and learn in the world of digital marketing. So, I was kind of very devoted and loyal to this firm. So, I thought to discuss it with my current boss and owner of the company, who was also my mentor, directly, as it was a startup and he was also responsible for most of the things like hiring, payroll, human resources, etc. Note, when we started, we were only 5, at this time we were around 15 plus. So it was a startup with little number of workforce. Without any hesitation, I showed him the real picture that I've got such an offer. What should I do now? I am really confused at this moment. I said, what you will advise me, I'll follow it. He was also shocked. He asked, first show me the offer. I showed him the job offer letter. It was clear to him that I got the real offer from that company he also heard of. He thought for some moments, and said, you are a very important asset to the company. Your services for this company are massive. You have been here when no one joined us. You have built up the whole marketing strategy and also the team here. You cannot leave the company at this takeoff stage. Though you have a very decent offer that we cannot afford this moment. But trust me, I ensure you to increase your payments up to 70% of that offer. Since, as a startup, we cannot offer you a 6-figure salary right now, but we promise to increase it in the next 3 months. That sounds good to me. I was satisfied with his remarks and advice. Although, I considered him my mentor, I was already not in any kind of greed towards a high pay. If I was, I would have already accepted the offer without any hesitation, being knowing that my current company cannot give such package to anyone this time. So, I refused that offer and said, that my current boss has asked me to stay here. That company's HR had no issue. They wished me a great bright future. The next day, my boss asked, Rohan, have you refused to that offer? I said, of course, I have already. What happened next days was really shocking. Day after that, my boss's behavior started swinging. He got harsh on every little thing over me. Multiple times he used to pass comments on me like, we have increased your salary and you are not performing as we expect. We have taken the wrong decision of giving you a raise. Blah. Blah. It was going very strange. I didn't know the reason behind that. After 3 days of rejecting the offer, we were in a meeting with other 5 team members, where he openly bashed on me in front of others. Rohan, we have doubled your pay, but you are not worth it. You can go and accept the offer if you want. I was so embarrassed and shocked to see his behavior that entire week. It was almost 10 days since I refused the offer. The next Monday morning, when I was about to leave for the office, I received his text, saying, you are fired. Bring the laptop that you took home with you. We were asked to keep the laptop with us every day for the office work, and I did not take it home intentionally to watch movies or play games. Yes, I was fired. I was among the core team members of his startup. I was the first digital marketer and I also built the whole marketing team there. I was the pillar behind the entire digital strategy and the growth structure of the company. This just not ended here. I also lost the offer from that company because after my final rejection they immediately placed the offer to a second spot candidate who accepted it without a delay. Also, after I left, my boss started bashing and spreading false against me that he showed me the false documents, fake offer letter just to get a raise in pay. However, he and the whole team was the witness that I actually got that offer. Since I was fired on 21st of the month, I did not get my paycheck on the 5th of coming month like we were getting. He also didn't pay 1 month extra paycheck as a part of commitment about firing an employee without 1 month prior notice. What's the best mistake here? Lesson learned. Never trust your boss. He could be the biggest rival for your career and progress too. What happened next? After being jobless for about 30 days, I applied during this period in many mid and senior level positions. All of those jobs were like senior executives, assistant manager or even manager level. Since now, I had known my real worth in the market, I was open to accepting any challenge. Since that day, I was not an immature anymore. What's the most effed up prank you've ever pulled? I made fun of my girlfriend's brain cancer for months, and it was the biggest mistake of my life. I have been with my girlfriend for nearly 3 years, and we have always been a perfect couple. My favorite thing about her has always been her sense of humor. We have always pulled pranks on each other and poked fun at the little things. Just a few months ago, however, my girlfriend was diagnosed with cancer after a tumor was discovered in her brain. Thankfully, the doctors said that it was operable, but that she would have to wait a few months before they could schedule the operation to occur. Both her family and I thought this was insane and pushed to have the operation sooner, but the doctors just wouldn't budge. In the meantime, I wanted to make her life as comfortable as possible, and I thought that the best way to do that was to go about our normal lives and treat her like I always have. Naturally, that meant pulling little pranks and making jokes. But I guess a lot of my practical jokes ended up being brain tumor themed. For example, the cancer left my girlfriend exhausted, and she would regularly sleep for 12 to 13 hours a night. In the mornings, I would let her sleep in for about an hour after me out of courtesy, but then wake her up with some kind of loud noise like a cymbal crash or by pouring water on her head. One time, I even jumped on the bed, shook her, and told her the house was on fire and we had to get out. It's become harder for her to think, and she often spaces out mid-conversation. When she does this, I'll snap in her face and say something like, "Hey, are you listening? Do you have a brain tumor or something?" I thought she would enjoy these little jokes and appreciate the fact that I was trying to make the mood lighter during this difficult time in our lives. I guess the last straw for her was when she asked me where I was going when I left the house yesterday. I told her that I had already told her 4 times that day, and that she should get her head checked out. She immediately burst into tears, and I rushed to her side to hold her and told her that it was just a prank. She pushed me away, called me an a-hole and told me she couldn't live with me making fun of her all day anymore. What is an insane coincidence that you've experienced? I know that no one is going to believe this story. But it did happen, I promise. I was born and lived for the first 20 years of my life in Montreal. My parents had friends, the Rabinoviches, who were childless. They were lovely people, and although they had been through the Holocaust and lost their entire family, never complained about life. They were super nice to me. I moved abroad to Israel and one day my mother called me that Mr. Pesach Rabinovich had passed away. She said that his wife Leah was traveling with a coffin to Israel as he had requested to be buried in Israel and had asked if I could wait for her at the airport as she had no one she really knew in Israel. Knowing that no other family would be waiting for them, of course I readily agreed and went to the Ben Gurion airport to wait. Their flight was due from Montreal at 2 p.m. I came to the special place where the deceased are brought. Obviously, they don't bring out coffins together with all the passengers in the regular arrivals hall. Another man was waiting there, too. I asked him if he was also waiting for the coffin of Pesach Rabinovich. He said yes. I was a bit surprised, as from Leah's words, I had understood that no one else would be coming. I spoke sadly about what a harsh life Pesach went through, being a Holocaust survivor, and this new acquaintance agreed, and told me how Pesach had never been a complainer even after all the hardships he suffered. I spoke about Pesach's generosity, what a charitable man he had been, and this strange man agreed and added stories to what I already knew about Pesach. Then I asked him, how did you know him so well? Did you also live in Montreal? And the guy looks at me as though I am a dope, and says, what are you talking about? He was my brother. I cannot explain to you all the thoughts that ran crashing through my mind. Pesach? A brother? I've known him all my life, and my parents have known him. He always said he had no family. How can it be that he had a brother whom I had never heard of? Delicately I asked the man if Pesach had discovered perhaps just lately that he had a brother. The guy looked at me like I was really dopey and said, no. He came very often to visit me. Now I was totally stumped. I checked what time it was in Montreal. 7 hours difference. Too early to call my mother and tell her this incredible news. Pesach has a brother. I just could not believe it. Then I said casually, flight is coming in at 2 from Montreal. The guy says, nope, coming in at 2:30. And it's not from Montreal. It's from Detroit. Detroit? I asked puzzledly, not understanding why Pesach would want to take a tour in a coffin from Montreal to Detroit and then to Israel instead of coming directly. Just didn't make sense. Now listen to the next snippets of conversation. Why would he come from Detroit? Because that's where he lived. No he didn't. Pesach Rabinovich lived in Montreal all his life. No he didn't. Pesach Rabinovich lived in Detroit all his life. I was stumped. I just didn't get it. And then, every thought came to my head. I asked, his wife is Leah, right? And the guy looked at me strangely, and said, no. His wife's name is Doris. And then it hit me. 2 Jewish men, both Holocaust survivors, both by the name of Pesach Rabinovich, both charitable men, had passed away on the same day, and had asked to be buried in Israel, and were being brought to Israel on the same day, with half an hour between them. I got this eerie feeling of the angel of death had been told to take the soul of Pesach Rabinovich, and had picked up all the Pesach Rabinoviches on the way that he could find. As I said, I doubt if anyone is going to believe me or my story. I will add that the deceased from Detroit came out a few minutes before my Pesach, and his coffin was attended by many grieving family members. Afterwards, Leah came out, red-eyed from crying, and all alone, looking so fragile and lonely. All she had in the world was Pesach, and now he was gone. I ran to hug her. One important P.S. I was worried they might mix up the coffins, i.e. put the Pesach Rabinovich from Detroit into the grave bought for the other Pesach, my Pesach, and I went to the 2 hearses and looked through the window. There was a small slip of paper attached to each coffin, with the deceased's name plus his father's name. I knew that Pesach's father was Mordecai. Sure enough, in the hearse reserved for Pesach from Montreal the paper read Pesach ben Mordecai, which translated to English means Pesach the son of Mordecai. Luckily, the other Peach's father had a different name, and so I was reassured that they would not mix up the coffins. My 22F fiancé, 25 meters, want his father to check my hymen tomorrow night before I get married. My fiancé proposed to me about 8 months ago. We decided on having a relatively small wedding, which is in 2 days. Everything was going great. He seems absolutely perfect and we are very much in love. I am a virgin and so is he. He wanted to save it for marriage and I wasn't fussed, so I agreed to saving it. He has told me earlier that in his family the father checks the virginity of the bride the night before the wedding. I laughed this off as it seriously sounds like a massive joke. No, turns out he was dead serious. He wants me, the night before, to open my legs up in a small ceremony type thing so his dad can check me while his brothers and uncle can watch so that they know I am still pure. I told him fat chance I'm going to do that, and he was begging to me to go through with it and how important it is for him. He said he knew it was slightly embarrassing for me but his mom did, and it will prove how much I love him and that I have nothing to hide anyway as I'm still a virgin. I left and he was crying. It was very dramatic tbh. I want to call off the whole wedding because of this and never talk to him again. But at the same time it's only one thing and other than that we are genuinely perfect for each other and I don't want to spend my life with anyone else and it is very important to him and his family. What the frick frack do I do? I am currently at my friend's house and I might stay here for the night. Tomorrow would be our last day as an unmarried couple and I am straight up panicking. What is the most tragic announcement that was made at your high school? When my daughter was a senior in high school, we were eating dinner as a family when the phone rang. It was the police, and they were asking for my daughter. She answered the phone but we couldn't discern much from her half of the conversation. Just yes, yes, no. I haven't seen her in about 3 weeks. No, okay. When she returned to the table, she said that one of her acquaintances from school was missing and they were calling everyone who might know where she was. Daughter poked at her food for a while and said, I hope they find her. She's got a new boyfriend, a guy with his own apartment, and they've been doing a lot of cocaine. If she gets arrested, I hope it's before she turns 18 so she'll be treated as a minor. I hope she's not in too much trouble. The next morning daughter went off to school as usual, and about 9 a.m. I got the most traumatic phone call I've ever received. Daughter was calling from school. She was sobbing, and this is a girl who seldom cries. "Daddy," she said, "Mary's dead." Mary had been on a 2-week drug binge and her boyfriend beat her to death with a chair. Over the next several days my daughter's friends were in a daze with their grief and trauma. Mary, just 1 day older than my daughter, was gone. Mary's funeral was at the little Episcopal church her family attended. The youth pastor remembered Mary as a young teen with a passion for hiking and the outdoors. The little chapel was packed with friends from school, kids openly sobbing, hulking football players hugging each other and crying. I'm 63 years old and that phone call from my daughter is still the most tragic announcement I've ever heard. I accidentally called my best friend fat. I'm currently studying in the US as an international student, and one of my friends at college has a keen interest in my home country, its culture, music, and TV shows. Although she often asks me questions about my country and sometimes resorts to stereotyping, we generally get along. However, there's one sensitive topic we recently discussed that left me wondering if I did something wrong. This friend of mine is a bit on the chubby side, by US standards, and she's extremely sensitive about her weight. Knowing the culture and standards in my home country, I decided to share some insights with her. My home country tends to have much slimmer people than the US, and the beauty standards there are quite stringent. Given her appearance here in the US, it's likely that she'd be considered overweight in my home country, where people tend to make comments and jokes about weight without much hesitation. So, when she asked me about studying abroad in my home country and what her experience might be like, I tried to be honest. I mentioned the pros and cons, and one of the cons I brought up was the extreme focus on weight and the social acceptability of making comments or jokes about it. My intention was to provide her with this information beforehand, so she could make an informed decision about studying abroad and avoid potentially upsetting or traumatic experiences. However, instead of appreciating my honesty, she took offense and accused me of implying that she's fat. I tried to clarify that it wasn't about her being fat but rather about different cultural standards, which might perceive her differently. Despite my explanation, she remained angry and walked away. Now I'm wondering if I handled the situation poorly. I believe my intentions were good, but perhaps there was a better way to convey the information. Did I do something wrong here? I'm torn between thinking I could have approached it differently and believing that I was trying to help her make an informed decision. I borrowed a cat so my kids could have dinner with Garfield. My kids are huge fans of Garfield the cat. One day, our oldest, Madison, just wanted to eat lasagna. We cooked her lasagna, and she got sad because Garfield wasn't there. And now both of our daughters have been bothering me to have a lasagna dinner party with Garfield. I thought it was a cute idea and asked around to see if anyone had an orange cat, but no luck. I was giving up, but the kids didn't. They were very determined. I was so fed up with it that I put up a flyer in my neighborhood. Wanted to borrow an orange cat for 24 to 48 hours, to have a lasagna dinner with Garfield-loving 4-year-old and 2-year-old children. We'll return the cat happy and cared for. The cat will not be required to eat lasagna if contraindicated. Please. No feral cats. And please take your cat back at the end. Not looking to adopt. Thank you. An increasingly desperate, but not crazy, mom of 2 with no friends that own orange cats. I really wasn't expecting to get any response, since I thought I sounded crazy too. But 2 months later, a medical student from Oklahoma City responded to my flyer. She recently adopted an orange cat and thought my flyer was super cute. She came over to drop off the cat, and I honestly couldn't believe it was happening. She even brought cupcakes with orange icings for the party. I made fresh lasagna, and got cat lasagna for Garfield. And my kids were over the moon. I haven't seen them this happy since Christmas. The cat was such a sweetheart, and even let the kids play princess dress up with them. Everything was perfect. We kept in touch with the cat's owner, and had the cat over for several playdates. We're discussing adopting a cat when the kids get older. Of course, it has to be orange.
My husband lied about having cancer and it cost us our son's life. I felt like I had a perfect family. We have 2 kids, a son and a daughter. Recently, our son became reclusive, locking himself up in his room, spending all day on his phone or his computer. I did encourage him to open up and get some fresh air, but of course he ignored me. I figured it was just teen stuff. I was the same at his age. All my friends and family said he'd grow out of it. Now, my husband is a cancer survivor. He developed bone cancer at the age of 12, and was constantly in and out of the hospital until he was 17 when he beat it. He always talks about having cancer, how he was stripped of his childhood and how we, our family, should be appreciative of our lives. I've never been anything but supportive of him and I know health is a very sensitive topic for him. Fast forward to now, 2 weeks ago our son ended himself. I don't want to get into the details but I found him in his room. This is truly the most horrible thing I have ever been through and I am still trying to recover. But the situation with my husband has only made this so much worse. In my son's note, he says he feels useless, that he's unappreciative, lazy, and his dad beat cancer, yet he can barely wake up in the morning. My husband was very distraught over this. I assured him this wasn't his fault but he was inconsolable, especially about that part specifically. My husband was a wreck, I was too but I still had to make funeral arrangements and break the news. I called my in-laws to tell them what happened. It's very important to know that I don't talk to my in-laws unless it's about the kids. My husband has almost no contact with his family besides his sister but she lives in a different state. I told them about my son's writing and mentioned cancer. My mother-in-law was very confused. What? Cancer? I didn't know what she meant, so I said yeah. He felt like he wasn't as good as my husband, since he survived cancer but he couldn't do basic things. My mother-in-law then said what? He never had cancer. I was so shocked and confused. I told her he did and he always talks about it, but he assured me he never had it. My husband always has terrible things to say about his mom, so I wasn't sure if I should believe her or not. He calls his parents, especially his mom, abusive and narcissistic. But after the call ended, she sent me photos of my husband in his youth, pictures of him on the soccer team in 10th grade. But my husband always told me he could never join any sports because he was always in and out of the hospital. This basically proved it. I was furious and blamed him for what happened to our son. After my husband came home, this all happened while he was getting groceries. I yelled and screamed until I couldn't anymore. At first he denied it, but after I showed him the proof he stayed silent. I couldn't believe it. I punched him in the face and went outside for fresh air. I'm honestly not a very violent person, but this is genuinely the most mad I've ever been in my entire life. I still don't know what to do. My son's funeral has passed, but I am still absolutely furious. I've been sleeping on the couch and only talking to him when needed. How do I tell my daughter? Should I? How do I tell all my friends who see his bullcrap posts about being a survivor that he's a piece of crap and a liar? I don't know what to do. I feel so suicidal, but I don't want to burden my daughter by making her lose 2 family members like that. Especially when that means leaving her with that effing psychopath that lied to me for 17 years. I feel so conflicted. I hate him to my core, but I still love him. Like I said, our marriage has always been good. I've been in love with him for so long now I don't know how to stop. I've relied on him and looked to him for comfort, built a family with him, and now I feel backstabbed. It makes me wonder what else he has lied about. What should I do?
Girlfriend side. Am I the jerk for not wanting to close my girlfriend's closet? My ex posted on Am I the a-hole with the Am I the jerk for not wanting to close my girlfriend's closet, and I just wanted a place to respond. My now ex-boyfriend, 23, and I, 24, we were together for 2 years, would have been 3 years next month. We meet through a mutual friend, my roommate at the time, because of our similar interests. For context, I've lived in my apartment for about 4 years. The mutual friend stayed in the beginning, but they moved 3 years ago, so since then I've been living on my own. I was originally going to have my boyfriend move in with me once my lease ended, but of course, change of plans. So my ex posted on Am I the a-hole for leaving my closet door open, yet he missed very important details. One question that kept appearing was, why didn't I close the door even though I never leave it open? Ever since I was little I've trained my brain to always make sure the closet door was closed. I'll add a trigger warning here just in case, but when I was 6, I was sharing a room with my older sister. One night she went over her friend's house for a sleepover. My parents and I got home a bit late. I remember it being hot since we had the AC on. I went to bed but was tossing and turning because it's really hot. I kept hearing a noise from somewhere but wasn't sure from where and just assumed it was the AC. I laid on my back just staring at the roof and heard my closet door being open. My bed was faced towards the closet, so when I moved my head down, I could see this old man coming out of it. I screamed and my parents came running in. My dad grabbed me and I saw my mom hitting that man with one of her favorite pans. We called the police and later found out that the man was homeless, must have snuck in while we were away and hid in my closet when he heard my parents' car come in. Since then I've suffered from PTSD and fear of someone coming in my closet again. I slept with my parents for a few years. After that, we moved to another state once I hit high school. Parents got me a therapist when the incident occurred, and to this day, I'm still going to therapy. I felt like it wasn't working though, because it just like I was venting and the therapist would go, "Aha, and how does that make you feel?" instead of suggesting something to help me. That was until my current therapist. She suggested that I could use something like a nightlight and place it by the closet. Then I asked if I used something else, like something that could stick onto the walls. It was first these big glow-in-the-dark Dino stickers. I felt kinda silly about it first when I did put it up, but when I had my sleep paralysis, I was still scared but was now able to tell what was sleep and what wasn't, and gave me a sense of comfort. I changed the themes occasionally to dinos, planets, and now stars. For the past 7 years, it's worked for me. I moved out of my parents' home at 20 to live in an apartment with my friend who I meet in college. I only went for 2 years. I explained to her about my situation because we shared a room and there's only one closet. She understood me completely. She only ever left it open once when she came home from a night shift. She was remorseful and never did it again when she saw how bad I suffered from it. Now to my ex, we pretty much clicked when we met. Had similar hobbies, liked exploring new foods, it was fun. I also told him about my trauma. Asked that I didn't mind it being open during the day, but at night, it needs to be closed no matter what. He could still put or take something out of it, but to close it back up. He complied throughout the entirety of our relationship. It wasn't until a few months ago where he started to act very controlling. He would say small comments about certain foods I would eat, like how it's affect my liver or something, and recommended other things. I brushed it off thinking he's just looking out for my health. It started getting to a point where he suggested I quit my job at one point when he finished college and moved in, but I told him that it'd be beneficial for both of us to be working. He never asked again. However, he did start asking things like if I could cook for him even though I said I was tired from work, would I stop working if he made enough money for the both of us, if I still wanted kids. I think he wanted to ask me to become a stay-at-home wife/mother, but I could be overanalyzing. On the night before we broke up, when he decided to test me, I had the worst hallucination since I was a teenager. I wake up, see the door open, and start to imagine the man I saw all those years ago. When I woke the next day, it was around 4 a.m. I was able to move and started to cry immediately to a point where I couldn't shred any more tears, and apart from the migraine from crying too hard, I felt a numbness. So when he woke up a few hours late, I waited for him in the kitchen, just honestly feeling tired. I didn't yell, just spoke in a monotone voice. I told him how I had one rule, and that was to close the door. He got defensive, saying he felt like I was lying about my trauma just to see if he would care for me. I told him to leave while I thought things over. I never ignored him, and he never texted me the whole week. But now I know for sure that there's no saving this relationship. And you can get your stuff from your brother. I already told him what you did. So good luck. I'll be moving in with my sister out of town. I'm not renewing my lease. I just want to be with people who actually support me.
Okay Reddit, what are some clever questions asked by cops to get you in trouble? I had a cop pull this devious tactic on me at a checkpoint. So, he's asking the usual questions: where are you coming from? Work. Where are you going? Home. How long have you worked there? Etc. etc. And then he suddenly gets all casual and says, well, if you were drunk, you sure fooled me. I know to be careful what I say to a cop, because of the tricks they use, so just to be safe I didn't say anything. Just looked at him. He looks away for a second, says something else, and then goes right back and says the exact same line. Well, if you were drunk you sure fooled me. At that I knew something odd was going on, so I asked him if we were done and could I leave. At that he let me go. Later, after trying to figure out what that was all about, I realized if I had said anything to the affirmative, yes, or even nodded, it would be as if I said, yes, I am fooling you, I am drunk. In my opinion, a pretty despicable way to get someone to unknowingly admit guilt to something they may not even be guilty of.
My ex-best friend is trying to manipulate her way back into my life. My ex-best friend recently attempted suicide, but I do not care one bit. She slept with my boyfriend behind my back. I'd been dating my boyfriend for about 3 years. I thought I'd marry this guy someday. This was something I told my best friend. Well, about a month ago while my boyfriend was in the shower, I saw a text notification pop up on his phone. We look at each other's notifications all the time, so I grabbed his phone to see it. It was from her, asking if they were still on for tonight and if she should wear his favorite dress. I saved screenshots of their conversations, ranging from explicit pics to talking about me directly. I sent them to myself. I showed him the messages when he came out of the bathroom and demanded he explain himself about them. I couldn't contain how upset and angry and hurt I was. An argument ensued where I told him he was disgusting and I left his place. Shortly after arriving home, I started getting bombarded with calls and texts from my best friend. I answered none of her calls. I couldn't stomach hearing her voice, but her texts ranged from, she never meant to hurt me. My boyfriend hit on her first. It didn't mean anything. Then it got angry, saying I should hear her out. If I was a real friend, I would take her calls. I'm being petty and childish for not listening to her side. Then back to sad, saying I was her closest friend in the world and she didn't want to lose me. My boyfriend was strangely quiet during this time. After a few days I got myself together enough to send them both messages. Maybe it was cowardly, but I didn't have the strength to call them. I told my now ex-boyfriend that we were done and I won't give cheaters any chances with me. He responded by trying to call me, but after the third or fourth attempt, he gave up. He sent me a final message saying it wasn't that big of a deal, that they just had intimacy a few times and nothing more, but agreeing he didn't want to date me anymore. My ex-best friend was more persistent after I told her I wanted nothing to do with her. Day after day I get messages and calls from her. Demanding to talk. Demanding we resolve this. Demanding I not say anything to anyone. Saying she's stopped seeing him. Saying she'll end herself if I don't talk to her. Really effed up stuff. I ended up confiding to a mutual friend about what was going on because I was seriously beginning to wonder if I was being a bitch. This friend reassured me that my feelings were justified, however I wasn't expecting this friend to spread around what happened. The gossip spread like wildfire and a few days ago my ex-best friend tried to take her life. I said nothing. I haven't visited her in the hospital. I haven't sent any messages to her family. Now her older sister keeps messaging me, telling me I'm a heartless bitch for leaving her at her lowest. For not trying to prevent this and that everyone makes mistakes, and that her sister didn't intentionally hurt me. My ex-best friend is trying to manipulate her way back into my life. My mother came over and wanted a conversation with me about my ex-best friend Nikki attempting suicide. She asked if I'd spoken to Nikki yet and I said no. She asked if I was going to and I said no. I was trying to be as firm as possible because I knew what she was about to do. She asked, don't you think you should? My response was no. I don't see why I should. I sent her a final message almost a month ago. This is where things began to really go south in the conversation. Mum, love, she's in the hospital right now. She needs all the support she can get. You're meant to be her friend. I didn't even know about her condition until her mother called me. Me, really? I'm meant to be her friend after she slept with my boyfriend Josh behind my back? I didn't say anything about her because I didn't want to talk about her. Mum, are you really going to hold a silly grudge? I understand she hurt you, but she's hurting so much more right now. Me, she's hurting? Mum, yes you both are. I raised you to be a kind, forgiving person. Why can't you forgive her? Me, what? Like how dad should have forgiven you for cheating too? I admit this was a low blow for me, and the conversation spiraled into an argument from there, with both of us saying some not so kind things to each other. Eventually I decided the conversation was over because we were just going around in circles and heading into yelling territory, so I told her to leave and I'll try talking to her again when we've both calmed down. When she was leaving, she said this: "I hope you're not as cruel as your father." I'm typically not an angry person, but this infuriated and hurt me. I lived 50-50 between my parents. They both made sure I had everything I could need or want, but she felt her situation and struggles were undeserved. Dad never helped with bills or payments that didn't involve me. She expected more. Cheaters always do. I didn't say anything when she left, I just blocked her number and social media accounts and cried. She cared more about the girl who had hurt her daughter than said daughter. She realized pretty quick what had happened and came back the next day, but Dad told her I didn't want to talk to her and she had to leave. It took maybe half an hour before she finally left. The new few days she kept trying to reach me through other people, but I stayed silent. A few more days later, I decided I felt calm enough to talk to her and unblocked her. We spoke over the phone, which wasn't as exciting as above. Basically it was her apologizing and telling me she was wrong for trying to force me to forgive Nikki, that she'll respect my decision but tried to suggest I think about it. I very firmly told her I was not forgiving Nikki. She just said okay. Things didn't really feel the same with us. She kept giving me updates about Nikki. The first time she did it, she told me Nikki had been put on a 72-hour psych hold, assessed and eventually released. I told her I didn't want any updates on Nikki's situation. I won't stop her from checking in, but I didn't want to be involved. She complained and said she thought I'd want to visit her, but I threatened to block her again if she kept pushing, and she shut up. Nothing was mentioned about Nikki for a couple of weeks before Mom again broke my boundary and brought her up, telling me about how Josh had stopped talking to her and how Nikki needed a shoulder to cry on. I again told her I didn't want to know and this was her last chance not to bring her up or I would cut her from my life. She complained again but eventually promised it wouldn't happen again. Maybe I should have learned from my mistakes because I know my mother. She doesn't take no for an answer. It was really quiet for a while. My friends and I had all basically carried on from what happened, and even though I know a couple of them still occasionally talk to Nikki, they never bring her up around me or tell her how I'm doing. I thought I could finally close this chapter on my life, but nope. Today my mother called me and asked if I wanted to get lunch. I hadn't seen her in a while, so what was the harm? I head to the Weatherspoons we planned to eat at, and who do I find sitting with my mom? Nikki and her sister Tammy. As soon as Nikki sees me, she gets up and tries to hug me, but I just raise a hand and take a step back, and this girl has the audacity to look upset. Mom immediately knows she's effed up because she's scrambling with all of the excuses. "It hurts to see you two fall apart like this, you were so close. I thought you'd forgive her by now. And my favorite, she made a mistake, she misses you." During this time, Nikki has been quiet and I can see Tammy's glaring at me. I'm just so effing angry and upset. I honestly didn't think she'd pull something like this. I wanted to leave and cry, but I looked at Nikki and said, for someone who's made a mistake, she sure hasn't apologized for it, yet. She had this guilty look on her face and muttered something about me having her blocked and having no way to. I said, "Is that really all you have to say?" And she just looked at me confused. I was done. I turned to leave and her sister started yelling after me, saying that I owed Nikki a second chance with all the trauma I put her through. While Nikki was begging me to just listen to her and talk to her, I told them all to F off and never contact me again and left. I managed to get out of there before Tammy started a fight and went home, where I sent my mom a text a while ago telling her she'd better lose my number because she no longer has a spot in my life. Then I blocked her and just cried. My dad's been doing his best to comfort me, but it just hurts so bad that my own mother did this to me. My boyfriend faked a proposal, so I broke up with him. I have been dating my boyfriend Andrew for 5 years now. We've had a healthy and stable relationship, up until today. Andrew has always been a prankster and makes jokes with me all the time, and I do it to him too, but today he took it way too far. In the morning he woke me up at 7 a.m. and told me to wake up because he wanted to take me to the spa. I was pretty surprised cause it wasn't a special day or anything, but I was all in for it. At the spa he told me how he wanted to go to a fancy restaurant after we were done at the spa, and that he was paying. Of course I agreed as we hadn't been out together in a long time. We then got to the restaurant. We had a beautiful and romantic dinner and just a nice time in general. We were talking about a house we were planning to move into and chit-chatted about other stuff too. After around 40 minutes Andrew stood up and got on his knees and took out a box out of his pocket. My heart stopped beating. I hadn't even predicted this. We have never talked about proposals before, but I also thought it was a great time now. He gave a speech about how I was the most beautiful girl in the world and how he wanted to live with me forever, and ended with, "Will you marry me, my princess?" Of course I said yes. Seconds later all that excitement turned into horror. He opened the small box I expected. He put the ring in and in it was a note saying, "You've been pranked." And Andrew started laughing hysterically. He continued with, "Baby, this was just a prank. I'm not ready at all to marry you yet." He was leaning in to hug me, but I gave him the biggest slap ever with tears streaming down my face. I just told him, "We're over, you effing scumbag." I then kicked him in the ballsack and left. I am now sitting in my bed crying and writing this, and I don't know what to do. He's been texting and calling me, but I haven't responded because I feel so sad, betrayed and mostly angry. I thought this was going to be one of the best days of my life. Oh well.
What's your darkest secret that nobody can ever know? I have a 12-year-old sister called Melissa, but I started calling her Yui when I became an otaku when I was 15, and later, she became an anime fan when she was 11. Now I have done something so terrible that I can't sleep. What happened is that I like anime girls. For a month, she saw me watching that stuff and then she investigated on the subject herself. I didn't think she was spying on me, so I kept watching my degenerate stuff unconcerned, until one day Yui called me Oni-chan. I felt very shameful, but everything got out of control when she started to moan like an anime girl to make fun of me. That kid thought she was an anime girl. I didn't think much of it, until I started to think that she could like me. I know it's sickening, but since family is my preference, I started to woo her, and little by little, we fell in love. We even got to the point of kissing. One night when our parents weren't home, she and I slept together. No joke, that was the best damn night of my life. We did it over and over, and I lost control of myself when she moaned and called me Oni-chan. We were a couple in secret. Since she was 12, I never thought I'd get her pregnant. She was at our grandparents' home when she sent me a message telling me that she was pregnant. I couldn't sleep that night and I didn't know what to do. I was considering making her get rid of the baby. I thought the protagonists in these stories were happy. Now I know how hard the life of two siblings who love each other with a 5-year age gap could be. Yui has offered me to act like it was her doing and I had nothing to do with it, but for some reason I can't accept it. I have until Monday to find a solution. Final update: debt collectors want to see my father-in-law. Well, here you go. Thursday afternoon, while I'm loading my van in the wife's car, I noticed 2 men in suits stood at the bottom of my driveway by my locked gate. I walked towards them, and as I got close they shouted asking to see the dead father-in-law. I explained that he is dead and asked which debt collector agency they worked for. Same as the last 2 times, I pulled out my phone and contacted the same person I spoke to last time that claimed this wouldn't happen again. I'm then told that my dead father-in-law called the office and spoke to a different person and that the debt was able to be paid or collected in full. I then hung up and headed back to the house again to collect the ashes, death certificate and the email from the collector. I jump in my car and drive off out of the other exit for my small farm. It takes about an hour and 45 minutes to drive to the office because I live well out in the middle of nowhere. I walked into the office about 2:30 and asked to see the manager and whoever is above her. I kept waiting for about 30 minutes and then asked to go to the office of the big boss. The big boss asks why I'm dealing with this rather than having my father-in-law come and sort it like a man. I pull out his bag of ashes and dump the entire contents onto his desk and reply with him here now effing deal with him. I also then pulled out the death certificate and email and dumped them in front of him, all while the manager I spoke with stood silent behind him. Big boss turns to the manager and asks if this is true and nothing is just silence. Then the big boss turns back to me and apologizes for the mix-up and issues and has promised this will not happen again, then asks if I'm going to clean the ashes off his desk. I say no because he was rude about dead father-in-law, so it's down to them to sort and turn to walk out of the office. By the time I'd gotten 15-20 meters away from the office, the receptionist came running up with a bag of ashes. Apparently the big boss made the manager tidy it up and was now shouting and screaming. I get home and have an email waiting from the big boss, basically for all the crap my wife and I have just been through. He is going to give us double what they were demanding in the form of an apology, and he has written off the debt, meaning it can't be sold on or anything like that. Let's just hope that this is truly the last time I have to deal with this crap. Had a good weekend at the festival, sold loads of my items, made loads of new mates and calmed down by Saturday morning after spending Friday night drunk and sitting around a fire. Was definitely needed. Edit 1. It was about 50 grams / 1 inch of ash in a sandwich bag. I told my wife I was going to do this if they turned up again. Final update: my mother tried to make me talk to my obsessed ex and sister. Or I hope it is. I want to thank the lovely messages and encouraging words. I decided to post it here so it wouldn't be deleted like the original was. Things are great and horrible at the same time, but I'm trying to remain positive about everything. My brother and his wife sat my nephews down and explained that grandma was ill and tried to hurt Auntie Diamond and the little cousin. They explained grandma would not be part of their lives anymore, but that doesn't mean she doesn't love them. It was really hard, but the kids are smart. They were also told other Aunt is no longer in their life, but they don't care because they dislike her, not because of me alone, simply because she is not exactly great with them either. My mom lost it when she was informed and started claiming she had rights and she will get to see her grandchildren. My dad is looking for a permanent place but will stay with us until January, mainly due to my brother's mother-in-law coming to visit and we having the space. He is really sad, has called divorce lawyers already, moved bank stuff, etc. He has been getting countless emails, messages and calls from my mom, but he doesn't reply to anything. The lawyer told him to not block her right now. He considered maybe forgiving her, but I got a huge spike on my blood pressure a couple days after my last post here because she decided to come to my place with my sister. My sister had never been to my home. My mom knew I didn't want her there, but I guess that doesn't matter anymore. The cleaning lady let them in since she knows my mom, and I haven't had the time to inform her she was not allowed to come in anymore. I was just coming from some errands and I saw the car. This time I didn't get in. I called all of my relatives and my sister-in-law, husband's sister, was the one closer to me. She confronted them and told them either they leave or I call the police on them for trespassing. They left and I started feeling bad. We went to the doctor and they told me all the excitement was not good and I needed to start relaxing or it would hurt the baby. My dad went home with my brother, uncle and my husband and took every single thing he could think of. My husband says my sister was there too and she kept screaming at him that he destroyed her family. My dad told my mom and sister they almost unalived the baby and he also doesn't want to talk to any of them again. My sister kept sending messages to my brother, begging for help but is not happening. I am devastated and very sad for my nephew since he is losing so much of his family because his mother has some wacky ideas, but it is what it is. As per the custody and grandparent rights my mom wants to throw around so much, my lawyer sent her a letter stating she caused harm to my health and the baby and if she keeps harassing me it will become an official legal matter. My brother also sent her a letter using her harassing of me. Both, mom and sister, have refused to go to therapy. They might be mentally ill but with all of this coming to light it is obvious they have been in agreement for a long time. I will focus on spending the holidays with my family, being healthy and going to therapy. Hi, I've received some requests for an update and had a little time so decided it could be a good fit. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart from your comments, messages and every advice because I feel we owe you for being even more paranoid than we were being. A couple people asked me what method we use to know the gender of the baby. I announced it after 20 weeks. The reason for waiting so long is we have experienced a loss in the past, which we were preparing to announce when it happened, and we wanted to be sure and have a safety feeling about the announcement. Also, we were naive enough to think it would be special for my mom. And you were right. After posting I handed it to my husband and he read your messages, comments, and advice for some days. We swiped the house and thankfully found nothing but felt extremely unsafe so we went to a hotel with my dad. But then we realized there was a tracker on my fur baby's vest. He is a very small dog and gets cold a lot so he has a funny vest. Never in a million years would I have thought of looking there, but we discovered the tracker when my dad walked him around the hotel area and my sister came and asked him about me and reconciliation. I was really upset so we decided to move. Thankfully we can afford it. We are renting at the moment and also renting out our place so is not just empty. I used to love that house but now I feel is ruined and tainted somehow. Sadly, my parents' house feels the same and not only for me. We all, brother, husband, dad, sister-in-law and even my husband's family, changed our numbers, got new electronics and notified employers, friends, police. We also started therapy and family therapy. My dad and brother feel extreme guilt over the situation even if I have truly forgiven them but we are healing as a unit. My sister and mom insist they are not wrong and they don't need therapy. My dad made a new will in which my sister's son gets a trust fund and some inheritance but my sister gets a token amount. He is truly done with her. I was feeling bad for her but I decided to focus my energy on my baby. She is here and we are blessed. It is not the experience I thought of since my mom is not around me anymore but so many friends and family members have truly surprised us. By the end we were so paranoid we started testing some people we were unsure of telling them I was going into labor. It worked like a charm. We discovered who was still feeding info to my mom and sister and cut them out. The rest understood when we explained the reasoning. My ex whom my friends now call Bates went around saying the baby was his cause. We've been having a torrid affair due to my undying love for him. Nobody believes him anymore but it made my husband contact Bates' employer and tell him about all the craziness. Long story short, he was put on a suspension pending internal reviewing. I am almost positive he will be fired since they have asked us for more and more info and they seem really apologetic. My mom has tried to find us but all the people that know of our location have gone no contact with her. My dad's lawyer sent her a letter stating that due to her instability all correspondence will be through lawyers now. It has been us and my dad because I felt so bad for him being alone. He has promised he will be fine and nothing is my fault but I still feel awful. He has been the best babysitter, feeder, diaper changer in the universe. My nephews are loving as always and my dad even got a visit with my sister's son. It came about because she kept making videos threatening to hurt herself if my husband didn't stop alienating her family so my dad emailed her about seeing her son and told her he would call the police about her threats so that seems to have stopped it. Lastly, someone brought up I gave Bates false hope. It can't be further from the truth. I spent years uncomfortable because I thought he would move on. Then after I spoke up and then met my husband I spent such a long time fighting my sister about it. I had a very long engagement which is why I married after my sister. I still love my mom and sister, but I choose a healthy life for me and my family over that love. I have discovered a lot of loyalty, love and compassion through this whole thing. As strange as it may seem I feel lucky it all exploded. Hopefully it is not much of a ramble. Big hugs from me. We officially moved into a new house, with my dad moving into the guest house. We had many discussions both in and outside therapy and we decided that while it would be good for him to be with us we all still need our space. We are still renting out the old place and will be deciding what to do later. My dad has the grandchildren all together about 3 times a week now. He still has to see my sister's kid separately since she refused to let him take the kid unless she knew where he lived, which to be fair is a normal thing but considering she is crazy we don't want her close. My mom complained to the lawyers about how unfair it is my dad still gets to see all grandchildren but there is nothing she can do about it. About a month ago my dad told me he had a confession and my stomach started hurting. Dear reader, he pays for my nephew's, sister's kid, schooling and babysitting which is why she still allows him to see him. He felt so guilty for hiding it and didn't want to keep secrets. I assured him it was nothing wrong and to please don't feel bad. On Mother's Day, my dad got an email with a link to an Instagram account in which they made a sad video about my mom and how most of her family has abandoned her and how much of a saint my sister is for being there for her. It was really pathetic and enraged me but I just sent it to the lawyer. Dad officially filed for divorce in May and the process is still ongoing. My mom insists he is wrong, but my dad said he'd rather drink bleach than go back to her so I think that is final. My brother and husband took my dad out for Father's Day and had a blast. My sister posted many things that day, but they managed to block my dad from even learning about it because we wanted him to enjoy it. They also did a camping trip with the kids, also known as went to a hotel, got a suite and put a tent in the middle area for the kids and a little tippy for baby. Honestly, having baby is one of the best things that have happened to me, and seeing my husband being the amazing father I knew he would be makes me so happy. It is tiring, but we have so much support. I feel grateful beyond anything because I have my rocks on my side. My sisters-in-law and I now get to have a little calendar on sharing things. All the kids get to do things that are age appropriate, and if they want to, we want to let them all know they do not need to hang out with people they dislike and their voices matter. Right now they are all obsessed with baby and say they are her protectors, and we get little get-togethers, brunch, etc. Honestly, having family time is now a pleasure and not a headache without my sister there. I know is wrong to say, but she just sucks the positivity out of the room. My Mill also loves having time with baby and stays in the guest room about once a week. She asked politely and said she didn't want to take baby for sleepovers or anything. I feel respected and heard by her, and yes, I've broken down sometimes because I miss my mom a lot. I miss the mom I had or thought I had, not the one that told me I would be a terrible mother or was a hateful woman. My therapist says it's a marathon and to focus in the good. Speaking about good, Bates was terminated. Not only that, but his reputation in his industry was not only damaged but nuclear level damaged. So was his brother's, but because brother-in-law is not in an industry that cares as much about reputation, he still has his job as far as I know. Bates sent me a 12-page, double-sided, seemed single-space letter about how hurt he is I am denying him what's his, and my husband is so threatened by him that he had to go and destroy him professionally because he would not be able to destroy anything else. I said seemed cause I didn't read it. My lawyer did and gave me a summary. I also heard from the grapevine, no, I don't ask people, they just tell me since they know he is stalking me, that the mother of his children moved and he didn't even care and said it was for the best. This man doesn't even care about his kids and wants to play family with baby and me. Sadly, he won't be homeless or anything because mommy already let him move back in with her, so I doubt he will learn anything from this. Not the flashiest of updates, but just what is. Oh, and my husband burnt or donated every single item given to him by my mom or my parents with my dad's blessing. He says life is too short to give her space in his life even with memories. My entitled aunt tried to steal my inheritance. Little backstory. My aunt has always had a greedy streak ever since I was a kid. She is the type of person that will yell at a store employee because something that was advertised isn't in stock or not at that particular store or not on sale, and has been banned from entering multiple stores. When my grandmother was on her deathbed, my aunt had talked her way into getting my grandmother to sign her on as an executor of the will and ended up taking everything and anything that had the most value. Fast forward, my uncle was my best friend. I always looked up to him as a kid. He was a truck driver, so he would be gone for a long time, and I remember one summer he even took me with him on the road. But sadly my uncle had cancer, and while he was in the hospital my aunt had tried to get him to assign her as an executor of his will, but since he was quick to pick up on what happened when my grandmother passed away, he hired a professional estate lawyer that would take care of everything. If you can imagine, my aunt was not very happy and was quick to throw out a sob story of how offended she was that her brother couldn't entrust her with an important task. This went on for 2 weeks. Even on his last day in hospice, she still brought it up, and was asked to leave by nurses. He passed away peacefully in 2011. Now I didn't know it at the time, but I quickly found out why my aunt was. So we were all asked to gather at my mom's home where the estate lawyer came to tell us who was getting what. Finally, my time came on the list, and I was surprised to have anything willed to me. What did my uncle will to me? It was his rig and car, of course. My uncle's rig is a 2008 Lone Star International which was fully loaded. His car is a 1966 Chevelle SS. My first thought was, what in the hell am I going to do with a big rig? My aunt's first thought, well, she didn't have a first thought. She just screamed and cussed at the lawyer, saying that I was too sick to have those things and didn't deserve them because I was his nephew and not his sister. The lawyer asked her to sit down, and he would get to her. When my aunt sat down, she looked at me and said, "You're giving me the title to both of those," to which I laughed and said, "In your dreams maybe." The lawyer kept going down the list, and because my uncle was a legend, he put my aunt at the bottom of the list and said, to quote to my sister, "I am leaving her my luckiest, most important dollar, because all present at this meeting will know she needs it most," and then was handed the dirtiest looking Canadian $1 coin which was sealed in a block of acrylic. Myself, my dad and my other uncles nearly wet ourselves laughing. My aunt however didn't find it that funny and instead went into another tirade on how this was unfair and saying she didn't have anything to hold on that was his. The day passed and then the nightmare began. My aunt would call over and over and over asking about the truck, wanting to buy the car, if I was going to sell the truck, if I was going to sell the car, all to which I said no. Things got worse when my aunt started saying that she wanted her car and she had someone that wanted to buy our truck. At this point I got extremely irritated and said, "It's not your car, it's my car, and my car is staying with me, and it's not our truck, it's my truck, and no one is buying it." A week later I woke up and heard something, so I went to investigate and there was a tow truck in the driveway. I quickly told the tow truck driver, who was a friend of my aunt, that if he so much as put a hand on that Chevelle I would have him arrested for trespassing and grand theft, and then proceeded to call the police. Cop showed up and I told the police officer my side of the story. Then he went to my aunt and the conversation went like this: "Cop, ma'am, can you tell me, is this your car?" Aunt: "Yes, it is. He just won't give it to me." Cop: "Ma'am, do you have the title of the vehicle?" Aunt: "No, I do not. He won't give that to me." Cop: Well ma'am, I looked at the registration and title of the vehicle and he is listed as the owner of the vehicle. That vehicle is legally not yours and having it towed could land you and your friend prison time for auto theft. And, well, I think I am the one who should get the car because he can't even take care of himself. Cop: Ma'am, it doesn't matter what you think. What matters is legal ownership, which you do not have. A week later my aunt had attempted to take me to court for the car, which the case wasn't even put before a judge. My aunt refiled the claim again. It went to court and once I provided a copy of the will, title, and registration, the judgment went in my favor and my aunt was forced to pay my court costs after dismissing my aunt's claims with prejudice, meaning she can never file that lawsuit again. Then tragedy struck again. This time a great uncle passed away. I was on the will again. Can you guess what was left to me? A new car. My great uncle's 1967 Chevrolet Impala SS, which he restored himself. My great aunt, his widow, was thrilled that I got it, but the mood was quickly soured when she realized that my entitled aunt, her niece, really was not thrilled that I got it. This time she stepped it up a notch and skipped the screaming and complaining and instead went to scheming. 3 days after I took possession of the Impala, she rented not just one flatbed, but 2 flatbeds. She managed to get the Impala onto the flatbed and sped off, leaving her boyfriend behind attempting to get the Chevelle on his flatbed as quickly as he could while I stood by on the phone with police. Police quickly caught up with my aunt and arrested her. Her boyfriend was arrested in my driveway and soiled himself in the process. Her and her boyfriend were hit for 2 counts of motor vehicle theft. Both were charged and found guilty and sentenced to 2 years and 2 days in jail. Endpoints: I haven't spoken to or heard from my aunt since she got out of prison, and I have no desire to. Before she was released from jail, I filed a restraining order against her and it has stood since then, but the last I heard, she is still screaming at store employees, complaining about money and asking about me and the vehicles. I still am the owner of all 3 vehicles, the Chevelle, the Impala and the Lone Star International, and don't plan on selling any of them. I repair and build computers for a living, but more and more I have been getting into auto repair as a hobby. As I do live in Canada, I do not drive the Impala or Chevelle during winter months, but every year I always take my great aunt, who is now 96 years old, to A&W to get a burger, onion rings and an ice-cold root beer in the Impala, which is something my great uncle did for her since he got the Impala in 1970. A very good friend of my uncle's, whom now owns a business, actually rents the Lone Star International from me. He promised me that he would not get a single scratch or spot of rust on any single part of it, and to this day that Lone Star looks factory new and has been all over the world. The guy that rents the truck even continued doing a little tradition my uncle did, which was to get a decal on the truck of the state/province/territory flag of the places the truck has visited. It currently has 31 state decals and 3 province decals on it. My great aunt isn't in great health and she has told me that she put me in her will so that I will get her cars, which are 2 of my great uncle's first cars, originally left to her in the will, which are a 1958 Chevrolet Impala and 1957 Plymouth Belvedere Fury, which is my favorite car. I saw the movie Christine when I was 6 years old in 1996. Ever since I love the car, because she knows that I will take care of it and park it right beside the 67 Impala SS. I can already imagine the fallout that I'm going to get for that, so there may even be another post, though I really do hope there is not. Thank you for reading and I hope you have a great day/evening.
I'm not sure I can ever forgive my mother. I used to suffer from severe throat infections, so much so that my mother suggested I have my tonsils removed. Taking her advice, I scheduled an appointment with a doctor. He confirmed that my tonsils needed to be taken out but warned me about the risks due to my age. Apparently, the older you are, the larger the wound and thus, the greater the risk. Being 21, I was already considered at risk, but I decided to proceed regardless. The surgery took place in late December last year. Afterward, I was in immense pain and only had ibuprofen to manage it. The nurses didn't provide adequate care. I even fainted twice but was still discharged on the 5th day despite my condition. Back at home, I couldn't eat or sleep. I had been explicitly warned by all the medical professionals that if I ever tasted blood in my mouth, I should call an ambulance immediately. 4 days after coming home, at 3 in the morning, I found myself swallowing blood, as if I had been thirsty for 3 straight days and was now guzzling water. In a panic, I begged my mother to call an ambulance. Despite being a retired nurse, she simply told me to calm down, gave me an ice pack for my neck to halt the bleeding, and told me to go back to sleep. I did as she advised, trusting her judgment. 3 hours later, the bleeding returned, worse than before. Again, I pleaded with my mother to call an ambulance or to take some action, but my speech was so distorted by then, I couldn't do it myself. My mother called a local doctor, and after explaining the situation, the receptionist on the phone shrieked at my mother to call an ambulance immediately. Instead of complying, my mother suggested we drive to the hospital ourselves to avoid disturbing the emergency services at such an early hour. At that point, I was just relieved something was being done, so off we went. Upon arriving at the emergency room and explaining my situation, I was quickly ushered into a room with a doctor hot on my heels. My mother seated herself in the corner while the doctor began removing the blood and clots from my throat. Then the doctor abruptly left to fetch the head of the department, clearly concerned. As I sat there, my panic levels skyrocketing, my mother handed me my phone, saying she had to leave for an important appointment. It was a Saturday, and I knew there were no appointments. As she walked out, 2 doctors walked in. The senior doctor took one look at my throat and ordered immediate surgery. Now in full panic mode, still swallowing blood, I had to sign multiple forms, one of which included consent for a potential blood transfusion, all while knowing I could potentially die within the next few hours. I tried calling my mother, but she turned off her phone. I was rushed into surgery, and thankfully, it went well. However, when I woke up, I was alone, no one was there. I had to endure having my stomach pumped and a blood transfusion. Later, my surgeon revealed that had I waited another hour, I would have died. My mother never apologized or acknowledged her negligence. I understand I could have called the ambulance myself that morning, but I trusted the one person I thought would know better. The whole ordeal made me feel foolish and as if I lost my mother that day.
My friendly neighbor turned unfriendly after my partner died. I have been living in my home for 20 years or so. My next door neighbor would say hi bye and occasionally exchange a few more words about the weather or some minor neighborhood gossip and was generally friendly and an over-the-fence type of thing. He used to have much longer conversations with my long-term partner, over 30 years, and they liked each and enjoyed chatting, which I thought was nice for both of them. We never socialized with him or his girlfriend. His girlfriend does not live with him but is around a lot and they have been together as long as I have lived in my house. So a long-term relationship. 2 years ago, my partner passed away, after suffering from ALS, so the entire block got to see him deteriorate. He died during the virus, so no big funeral or anything. The neighbor expressed his condolences, saying that he would miss talking to him. And after that, our relationship was pretty much the same. Hi bye nice weather, huh? Never anything personal at all. But a few months ago, I asked him about something like did he know when they were going to pave our block. They were working in the neighborhood, typical conversation that we would have here in there over 20 years. He was a little short with me and headed toward his front door, which was open. I heard his girlfriend say what did she want? And he goes on to explain she just asked about the paving. By the way, the girlfriend and the neighbor know my name, but now I'm she? Now I always thought that the girlfriend was a little unfriendly. Sometimes she would say hello, sometimes not. To both me and my partner, neither of us cared, figuring it wasn't our problem. Whatever her issues rolled off our backs for over 20 years. But immediately after the girlfriend what did she want? Comment my neighbor seemed to be avoiding me, not making eye contact, no chit chat. I mean, it's not like we were friends or anything but it kind of hurts my feelings and of course, my inner critic is saying I must have done something to offend, etc. It's very sad. I feel a loss of a cordial relationship at a time when I am deeply grieving the loss of my partner. I guess when it rains it pours. What do you think is up with this situation?
I just found out that my husband unalived his ex's baby and put her in a coma. My husband Andrew and I have been married for 6 years and we have twin kids. Andrew has been an amazing husband and father. I never had any reason to suspect that he has so much as disrespected or mistreated any woman. About 2 weeks ago I received a DM on Instagram from someone who told me that my husband had abused her best friend and that I'm a terrible person for even being associated with him. All of that was shocking news to me, so I replied back with, "What are you talking about?" I've never received a reply back, so I just assumed it was someone with a private page playing a prank on me. Unfortunately, I could not get that message out of my head. I spent the past 2 weeks trying to push it away but to no avail, so about 4 days ago I decided to confront Andrew about it. I showed him the message and asked him if he was hiding something from me. He replied no. That's just some crazy lady talking nonsense. But for 1 second I saw his face change when I showed him the message, so I asked him again. I told him that I just want him to be honest and I won't be mad at him if he just tells me the truth. He again denied it and said I'm just being paranoid and crazy. So I told him that I'll leave him if he doesn't tell me the entire truth because I know him long enough to deduce when he's lying and when he's telling the truth. Eventually he admitted everything, that he did harm a woman but he was a stressed out teenager back then and it was only one time. When my husband was 21, he was dating this 16-year-old girl. She got pregnant from him and at first he was enthusiastically excited about becoming a father. However, when she was 4 months pregnant he didn't want to be a dad anymore, so he attempted to persuade his then girlfriend to get a termination. She refused and told him that he won't have to be in the child's life at all and he can simply sign away his paternal rights. He didn't care, and when she continued to refuse, he laid hands on her and hurt her in the stomach. It was so bad that she ended up in a week-long coma at the hospital and lost the baby. She never charged him, which, quote, he's glad for, but her brother did come to deal with him. He has a scar on his back, which he's never told me about, but I suppose that's where it came from. Andrew said that he did make a huge mistake at the time and he deeply regrets it, but he also didn't think it was a big enough deal as he was young and not in control of his actions, so it doesn't count and I shouldn't act so dramatic about it. Now no matter how hard I try, I can't look at him the same way. He's been extra caring and loving these past 4 days, but whenever I look at him I just see a man who was capable of doing that.
What's your all-time most satisfying movie ending? I gotta tell you, as a movie enthusiast, I've seen my fair share of horrible endings that made me want to gouge my eyes out. But there's something special about a movie ending that leaves you feeling satisfied, like a warm hug on a cold day. One movie that comes to mind is Shawshank Redemption. Goddamn, that ending hits you right in the feels. When Andy crawled through that sewer pipe and emerged a free man, I couldn't help but cheer out loud. It was a perfect moment of triumph, after he had endured so much pain and suffering. But you know what? It's not just about the happy endings. Sometimes, a satisfying ending can be raw, real, and even heartbreaking. That's how I felt after I watched Leaving Las Vegas. It's a brutal movie about an alcoholic man who has lost everything and chooses to drink himself to death in Las Vegas. The ending, where he finally succumbs to his addiction and dies, was devastating but also strangely satisfying. On the other hand, there are some movies that have terrible endings that leave me feeling cheated and angry. Take The Village, for example. I was so invested in the story and the characters, only to have it all be revealed as a manipulative plot twist. It left a bad taste in my mouth and I felt like the filmmakers had wasted my time. But when a movie ending is done right, it can elevate the entire experience and leave you feeling fulfilled. Whether it's a happy ending or a tragic one, a satisfying conclusion is what sets great movies apart from the mediocre ones. So, here's to hoping that we'll see more movies with endings that leave us feeling like we just witnessed something truly special. My controlling father doesn't want me to call my kids boy and girl and criticize my parenting, so I embarrassed him by pointing out that he did not do great as a father. I call my kids boy and girl. I love The Simpsons and I always thought it was funny that Homer referred to Bart as boy and Bart called him Homer. With my father, everything was yes sir no sir. I also constantly tell my kids that I love them and am proud of them. For some reason, the name thing puts wild hair up my dad's butt. He was over last weekend and he was vociferous about how I'm hurting his grandchildren by not calling them by their names. I told him that my kids were happy and to leave it alone. He just wouldn't drop it. So I called my kids over to where we were talking and I asked them if they wanted to be called by their names instead of boy and girl. I said in return they would have to call me sir, not daddy or dad. I said I would accept father in emotional conversations, but that I would no longer remind them every day that I loved them and was proud of them. They both said they were happy with the status quo. They know what my relationship with my father is like. My father got all pissed off and said that's not what he wanted at all. So I asked him how often he told my sisters if he loved us or was proud of our accomplishments or just as people. He said it was a different time, that his father was worse than him. So I asked him if he thought my kids were happier than myself and my sisters were growing up. I pointed out that my kids are happy. They are reasonably well adjusted. Now he is being pissy and my mom says he is upset that I think he was a bad father. He wasn't. He was just emotionally distant. I hated it. My sisters both had some therapy to help them choose better men. They both fell in love with any guy who gave them attention. My daughter knows her worth and won't settle for anything but the best. My son has no problem hugging me and telling me or his mom about his life. They are teens. I know I don't know everything going on with them, but I'm doing my best to be there and give them the support I never had. My kids know they are loved. I don't just say it. I try my best to show it. My dad thinks I'm being an asshole for pointing out that he didn't do great as a father when he tried to criticize my parenting. Mother-in-law killed my child. Now she wants to be around my second child. My mother-in-law, MIL, was guilty in the death of her grandchild, my daughter. She was 2 years old at the time, and my husband and I let Mill babysit her while we were busy with job-related things. It was summertime and they were staying in Mill's house that has a pond next to it. My daughter loved water. Bath time was her favorite time of day. They were playing at the edge of the pond, and then Mill remembered she had to take clothes out of the dryer and she left a 2-year-old alone next to the quite large body of water. My daughter's childlike curiosity plus her love for water resulted in her getting into the deep part of the pond and drowning. All because Mill considered clothes in the dryer an important enough reason to leave a toddler unsupervised. Then she realized what has happened. She started to panic and called for help. Her neighbor heard her. They got into the pond and called an ambulance, but it was too late. Imagine what it's like for a parent to come to the person you trusted your child with, and they tell you your child is dead. And Mill was begging us not to involve police into this. She kept repeating it was an accident and she doesn't know how it could have happened. Was only gone for a moment, and feels even worse than we do, and calling the police won't bring her back. We did call the police, of course, and she was charged with criminal negligence and sentenced to 3 years in prison, which, in my opinion, was too light of a punishment. Now recently Mill was released from prison, and my husband was the first person she looked for contact with. He never once visited Mill while she was imprisoned. Doesn't matter that she served her sentence. Neither I or my husband will ever forgive her for this. Neither has she asked for forgiveness. All she gave us were excuses and more excuses. In the courtroom, my husband told her she was not his mother anymore, that she's dead to him and that he never wants to see her face again. Our marriage was damaged too. We were depressed. We fought a lot. There were times when we were on the brink of divorce. We separated for a while. I left for another country thinking that this was it for us. However, my husband came to look for me and we managed to save our family and continue our life together. I couldn't bring myself to have any more children for a long time, but eventually, I got pregnant again and last summer we welcomed our son. He's 9 months old now. Obviously, we weren't going to tell Mill we're parents again, but she saw us walking with a baby stroller and realized that once more she has a grandchild. So she tried to get in the contact with my husband. First, she reproached him for not visiting her, cried about how hard it was for her to spend all those years behind bars, that she shouldn't have been in the prison because she's too old for that. How could he do this to his own mother? How could he abandon her? Then she was like, but I saw you have a new baby. I'm so glad I have a grandchild again. And then she went on about, is it a boy or a girl? When will she be able to see them and meet them because she wants to take care of them so much? My husband told her immediately that she doesn't have anything. This is our child, ours only. Our son doesn't have a grandmother. We'll be telling him this as he grows up, and he will never ever in a million years be anywhere around her. We're 100% on the same page about this. The loss of our daughter still hurts and we're going to do the impossible to protect our son from her. He doesn't need an irresponsible grandmother who would likely endanger his life just like she did with his sister. Mill was shocked to hear this and began to wail about us being so evil and cruel towards her, that we're going to hold that against her forever even though she paid for it, and we cannot be so heartless to prevent her from seeing her grandchild. But what was she thinking? What was she hoping for? That we're really going to let her around our baby? That we'll ever trust her with babysitting again? Honestly, I'm not sure if I can leave my son with any babysitter. I don't trust babysitters anymore, because if a grandmother can be careless enough to let a child die, who knows what could an unrelated person do? So my husband told her firmly that she'll have no access to the baby and he doesn't want to talk to her either, so now that she's out of the prison, she should do something useful with her life and leave us alone. Mill wasn't having it. That evening she came to our house, asking to see her grandchild again. We didn't let her come in, obviously, and Mill got mad, claiming that as a grandmother, she has rights to meet her grandchild. We told her that she lost all her rights to our children when she let our daughter drown. If a trust is broken, it cannot be repaired and there are some things that just cannot be forgiven. Mill then told us that she'll go to court and she'll demand legal permission to meet the baby. I'm not sure if there is such a thing, but if it's true, I highly doubt she'll get it considering her criminal record. If we need to go to court and prove she's not the type of grandmother you should let around your child, we'll do it. If she comes back again, we'll call the police. If we need to leave this country and go live somewhere else just to be away from her, we'll do it too. Nothing's impossible. I'm amazed at the shamelessness of hers. She knows very well she tore apart our lives 3 years ago. No parent should bury their child, but we had to because of her, and now she comes to us as if she's the best relative ever, as if nothing ever happened. I wish she could be in prison forever.
Teachers, what was the worst thing a substitute teacher did while you were gone? I'm a little late to the party, but here as goes. I had a grade 1 to 2 class last year and one student had diabetes. Let's call him Adam. So Adam had a cell phone that beeps when his blood sugar is too low high. It's connected to the monitor in his arm hip. The cell phone has no other uses, no apps, no data, not connected to the school Wi-Fi. The substitute saw his phone on his desk and promptly took it away as per the no devices rule. During gym class, an education assistant comes in to make sure everything is okay, and Adam is visibly ill, pale, sweating, the whole works. Luckily this EA knows Adam's medical plan, instantly asks the Adam for the phone and he explains that the substitute took it away in the morning. The EA then loses IT on the substitute demanding the phone. The substitute calls in the principal to reprimand the EA, then get reprimanded herself as obviously she did not read the student's safety plans. She was asked to leave and the principal taught the class the rest of the day. Adam was fine, drank a couple juice boxes and had a granola bar. Mom picked him up shortly after.
While I was an on-duty police officer, an entitled Karen thought it was okay to harass a pregnant woman, so she got slapped and I arrested her. I just started my shift and I was feeling good. I had a good dinner, all my good partners were on shift, and I was jamming out to my favorite Backstreet Boys track in my car. Then it started. Dispatch sends out a call about a disturbance at a local coffee shop in my area. So I take the call and zoom on over. I pull up and there she is, Karen. I take one step out of my patrol car and she basically runs up to me. Now Karen was 42 years old with that really short haircut, and I did notice that she had a big red mark on her cheek. Me, ma'am, is everything all right? The lady said in the most dramatic tone. Thank goodness you're here. I was just attacked by a crazy woman in the coffee shop. Karen points to a woman in the shop. I tell her to wait outside, she doesn't, and I request an additional deputy to come out. I walk inside and see a young woman who is very angry and very pregnant. I would have to say like 7 months maybe. She is sitting at a table on her phone. I approached her and asked her what happened. The lady explains, so I am in here getting a coffee just minding my business when that lady, points at Karen, walks up to me and starts touching my belly. I ask her to stop but she keeps touching me. Then when the barista sets my coffee down for me, she takes it off the counter, hands it back to the barista and says it's illegal to sell coffee to a pregnant woman. Then she starts touching my belly again, saying that I am a bad mom. I ask her to leave me alone and stop touching me. She then tells me she is a mother and that it's okay. She got really rough touching my belly and I got scared. When I tried to walk away she wouldn't stop, so I slapped the beach to get her to leave me alone. I looked at Karen who was standing by the door rolling her eyes as the pregnant lady was telling her story. My partner shows up and walks up to me. Now my partner is a no bullshit woman. I asked her to hold it down out here. I talked to the manager and several employees behind the bar. They all confirmed what the lady said and the manager even brought me back to the office and showed me the security footage. All of it confirms the story, and on the camera it looked like Karen was getting aggressive with the lady because the lady tried to walk away and Karen wouldn't let her stomach go. I walked out to the lady and asked her if she wanted to press charges, to which she replied yes. I walk over to Karen. Ma'am, I'm gonna ask you to turn around and place your hands behind your back, you're under arrest. Karen started screaming, you can't arrest me, it is not illegal to touch a pregnant woman. You should arrest the employees of this place, they were giving coffee to pregnant women endangering the child. Me, ma'am, no, you cannot touch someone without their permission, pregnant or not. Second, there is no law that says a pregnant woman cannot drink coffee. So please turn around and place your hands behind your back. Karen, no, I am not getting arrested, I am leaving, I have to get home to my children. Karen turns to leave the store and my partner steps in front of her with a try me look on her face. Karen stops dead in her tracks. I took that moment, snatched her hands and put on a pair of cuffs. Karen loses it. She starts trying to get away and screams. She is flailing so hard that she knocks off my body camera. I have to pick her up and carry her to my patrol car. When I get there my partner opens the door but Karen actually puts her feet on panel to stop me from putting her in. My partner rolls her eyes, grabs her taser and zaps her leg. Karen shrieks and finally gets in the car. My partner says she'll do the paperwork while I take Karen to jail. So the whole ride I am getting told how I need to watch my back, how she knows the sheriff, how I'm going to lose my job and how I have no idea who she is. I get her to jail and she starts going off about her rights. She needs to talk to a lawyer and she needs to be released right now. The jail staff was looking at me with that "what unholy nightmare did you bring us" stare. So I did my report and realized I still have 9 hours on shift. Luckily the rest of the night was not that bad. My girlfriend cheated on me after 7 years. Just found out about 2 hours ago. We've been together for 7 years. No arguments, no physical fights. We did everything together. We clicked like a great couple. Just found out she slept with her ex about 2 to 3 times in the last month or so. I'm hurt, angry, embarrassed. I confronted her when she got home. She didn't deny it. She had a stone cold look on her face with no emotions. I told her right there we're done and she needs to get her stuff out ASAP. She said she had nowhere to go. I told her I don't care as that this is the consequences of cheating. She left with a suitcase. I'll be packing her stuff in the next few days for her. I don't want her in my life. I don't trust her. So much more I want to write, but it's just exhausting. People that cheat suck. Take the time and tell your partner something is wrong. Break it off. Do something other than cheat. Many lives are going to be hurting from her actions. Mutual friends, family, etc. Thanks for reading. Business class upgrade if there is room. I used to work at a regional airline. The jet we used for our flight to the big city had 6 business class seats. The business class service was really good for a 2-hour flight. It included a full bar service, a hot meal, warmed bread basket, followed by a trolley with dessert and signature coffee. The good old days. One of our regular travelers was a local business owner who was just a slimy businessman, that I'll abbreviate to SB. He had a reputation for making a lot of money from some pretty shady deals over the years. We would roll our eyes when we saw him coming to the check-in counter because he would always name drop and ask for special treatment. He always used the business class check-in line even though he was usually in economy. He didn't have frequent flyer status, but he was buddies with one of the airline executives and always let us know this fact when he checked in by making sure to tell us that he was good friends with Vice President Karen. He would always ask for free upgrades, extra baggage, not charging a change fee, last-minute discounts, etc. If he didn't get what he wanted, he immediately called VP Karen, who would usually then call us and approve whatever it was he wanted. So one day SB checks in for his flight to the big city and of course name drops and asks for a free upgrade to business class because I'm friends with VP Karen and said it would be okay. He was traveling on a discounted ticket that was not eligible for upgrade even if he did have an upgrade coupon, which he didn't. I informed him that he was not eligible for any upgrade on this ticket and gave him his boarding pass and sent him on his way. Of course he flips open his cell phone and immediately calls VP Karen. Within 2 minutes the phone at the check-in desk rings and it's VP Karen authorizing me to override the policy to upgrade SB to business class with no upgrade coupon required if there is room. The flight that day wasn't that busy and only one person booked in business class, leaving 5 open seats. I was really irritated, but I begrudgingly put SB on the upgrade list anyways. He returned to the check-in counter and picked up his standby boarding card and gave me that smug told you so look. But then what VP Karen said clicked with me: if there is room. The next passenger I checked in was a super nice lady, big smile, friendly, please and thank you. Oh, thank you so much for checking my bags to my connecting flight, that's so nice of you. I was taking my time and we were chatting a bit since it wasn't that busy. She was a teacher going on a trip to see her family and it was her first visit with them in over a year and was going to meet her new little nephew for the first time. She was overjoyed just to have the time off to travel. I typed in a few things into the computer to make it look like I was checking something about her connecting flights and then said, "Oh, you have been selected today to receive a free upgrade to business class." She was shocked. I've never flown business class in my life. This is so amazing. At that time we were rarely questioned if we upgraded someone without a certificate. Over the next 20 minutes I found excuses to upgrade 4 other passengers, one who worked for one of our top corporate accounts, one who was legitimately a frequent flyer, can't remember the other reasons, but by the time I went to board the flight I had to tell SB that I was sorry but business class was full and couldn't offer him an upgrade today. The teacher I upgraded profusely thanked me again when she boarded with the rest of the business class passengers. Little did she know that it really made my day also.
My racist coworker kept stealing out my traditional Indian lunches, but I fought back. I work at a pretty well-known chain where, for meals, we can either eat a meal worth $13 of store credit or we can bring our own lunch in. If we order anything at all for lunch, then all $13 of our meal money is considered used. However, if we don't order anything at all, then $13 extra are added to our paychecks for the day. Given that I'm working a minimum wage job, I could really use those $13 extra, so I regularly bring a lunch from home, storing it in our mini fridge, but my obnoxious coworker Liam keeps messing with my food. At first, he would flip my container upside down so that it spilled everywhere when I opened it. Then, he started taking my lunch out of the mini fridge and leaving it there until mealtime so that it spoiled. And lately, he's just started throwing my food out entirely, claiming that my ethnic cuisine is stinking up the fridge. He says that if I want to eat lunch around him and the other coworkers, I should eat regular person food like pasta or sandwiches, but traditional Indian cooking is the only food I can comfortably prepare. So, after Liam threw my lunch out one too many times, I started planning my revenge. Basically, Liam orders $13 of food from our kitchen every single day. He always gets the same thing, too: a burger, fries, a drink, and a very specific Danish treat from our bakery, which is one of the less common items on the menu. So, whenever it comes time for him to take his lunch break, I've just started moving the tray that stores his favorite treats, so that it looks like we're always out. I work in the kitchen, so I can easily do this. And if I ever get an actual customer order for one of those, I'll fish it out of its hidden cabinet to give it to a customer unless Liam is looking. The thing is, Liam is a huge baby when it comes to his food. He started getting really huffy around lunch break because, coincidentally, we're always out of his favorite treat. But whenever he tries to yell at me, I've just started to look at him and shrug, saying, "What do you mean? Why would you want that ethnic, Danish cuisine to stink up your lunch?" He's a cashier, so he can't really come back to check on me when I hide the treats, and although our stupid food war is continuing, it's so satisfying to see Liam's entire face go red every time I shrug and say we don't have his favorite thing. Good riddance.
What is the most infuriating fact you know? Koalas are effing horrible animals. They have one of the smallest brain-to-body ratios of any mammal. Additionally, their brains are smooth. A brain is folded to increase the surface area for neurons. If you present a koala with leaves plucked from a branch, laid on a flat surface, the koala will not recognize it as food. They are too thick to adapt their feeding behavior to cope with change. In a room full of potential food, they can literally starve to death. This is not the token of an animal that is winning at life. Speaking of stupidity and food, one of the likely reasons for their primitive brains is the fact that additionally to being poisonous, eucalyptus leaves, the only thing they eat, have almost no nutritional value. They can't afford the extra energy to think. They sleep more than 80% of their effing lives. When they are awake, all they do is eat, poop, and occasionally scream like effing Satan. Because eucalyptus leaves hold such little nutritional value, koalas have to ferment the leaves in their guts for days on end. Unlike their brains, they have the largest hindgut-to-body ratio of any mammal. Many herbivorous mammals have adaptations to cope with harsh plant life taking its toll on their teeth. Rodents, for instance, have teeth that never stop growing. Some animals only have teeth on their lower jaw, grinding plant matter on bony plates in the tops of their mouths. Others have enlarged molars that distribute the wear and break down plant matter more efficiently. Koalas are no exception. When their teeth erode down to nothing, they resolve the situation by starving to death, because they're effing terrible animals. Being mammals, koalas raise their joeys on milk, admittedly, one of the lowest milk yields to body ratio. There's a trend here. When the young joey needs to transition from rich, nourishing substances like milk, to eucalyptus, a plant that seems to be making it abundantly clear that it doesn't want to be eaten, it finds it does not have the necessary gut flora to digest the leaves. To remedy this, the young joey begins nuzzling its mother's anus until she leaks a little diarrhea, actually fecal pap, slightly less digested, which he then proceeds to slurp on. This partially digested plant matter gives him just what he needs to start developing his digestive system. Of course, he may not even have needed to bother nuzzling his mother. She may have been suffering from incontinence. Why? Because koalas are riddled with chlamydia. In some areas the infection rate is 80% or higher. This statistic isn't helped by the fact that one of the few other activities koalas will spend their precious energy on is sexual assault. Despite being seasonal breeders, males seem to either not know or care, and will simply overpower a female regardless of whether she is ovulating. If she fights back, he may drag them both out of the tree, which brings us full circle back to the brain. Koalas have a higher than average quantity of cerebrospinal fluid in their brains. This is to protect their brains from injury should they fall from a tree. An animal so thick it has its own little built-in special ed helmet. I effing hate them.
Yelling at my wife for refusing to stop eating my fries. I know fry stealing has been a topic here before, but here goes. My fries were stolen, and I want to know if I was wrong in the way I handled it. My M48 son, 15, asked if we would pick up some McDonald's for lunch while we were out. My wife, 49, had already eaten, and we had food at home, so she said if he wanted fast food he could spend his own money on it. My wife and I swing by the McDonald's drive-thru, and because I have not yet eaten, she places our son's order, and a combo for me. He does not order anything for herself. When we pull up to the window, she begins to put on hand sanitizer, and I ask if she is going to eat other people's fries. She says yes. This is an old habit that we've had friction about before, but not for several years. She knows that it drives me crazy, and that I would much prefer her to order something for herself, rather than eating the food that I ordered. Had I known I would be ordering for two, I would have ordered differently. My wife begins to eat fries from the bag with glee, and I am asking her why she thinks that is okay. She says, "I'm only eating one," and then of course proceeds to eat a dozen more. She says that she is not eating my fries, but is eating our son's fries. I remind her that he likes fries and wanted McDonald's enough to offer to pay for it with his own money. She has at this point eaten half of his fries, so she takes a handful from mine and fills his back up. I need to take medicine before I eat, so I am waiting the 5 minutes until we get home to eat. Meanwhile, she is reaching into the bag and continuing to eat French fries. Each time I ask her to stop, she says, "It's not a big deal," or "just one more." I can feel myself fuming as she continues eating my food while I wait to eat. After what has to be at least the 4th or 5th time I ask her to stop eating my food, she says, "You're being kind of a jerk." And I say, voice raised and frustrated,
What's the most insane coincidence you've experienced? I had a very close friend in elementary/intermediate school named Evan. We hung out a lot, made a lot of jokes, teased girls, and played video games. But our favorite activity was watching episodes of The Simpsons while Evan's mom made us some seriously awesome snacks. One day in winter, near the beginning of the winter/spring semester, his parents decided that they were going to upend their roots and leave to care for their ailing grandparents, who were still in Venezuela. We didn't have much time to hang out, but one of the last things we did together was watch the Simpsons episode where Bart is accused of fraud in Australia. We laughed and had a good time. Chaswazers, a fake Aussie neologism that gets coined in the episode, became a favorite pseudo-swear word of ours. We said it incessantly for the last few days, and it got imprinted on me enough that it became a permanent part of my vocabulary. Evan and I wrote to each other occasionally after that, but eventually, we grew apart. About 2 years after he moved, we stopped writing to each other. We both discovered that girls were actually pretty awesome, and started dating them. Keeping in touch fell by the wayside. 10 years later, I had graduated college and was in the workforce doing some software work for a startup. I drove up with my girlfriend and 2 college buddies to meet my family in upstate New York for a much-needed summer vacation. As we're driving up I-95 along the mid-Atlantic states, I see a car pull over to the side of the road with steam and water spraying out of the hood. Since we're having a good time, I figure it won't detract much from our route if we stop to help this guy for a second. I pull over behind the car and walk up to the driver, who's obviously exasperated and dialing a tow truck. Chaswazers, I hear him mutter as he surveys the damage. You know how sometimes your brain struggles to wrap its head around an observation, to make sense of what it's seeing? At that moment, it was like a gigantic crowbar had been jammed in the works of my mind. For a full 3 seconds, I lost all the capability of conscious thought. What came out of my mouth was, "No fucking way." I hesitated for a second before adding, "Evan?" It was him. We spent hours at the nearest rest stop, exchanging stories, and we never made it up to New York that day. My friends weren't very thrilled about missing a day of great weather for some random dude they didn't know, but I didn't care. For a brief few hours, it was like we were kids again, making pillow forts or arguing about which Mortal Kombat character was the best. It was easily the greatest afternoon of my life. Next summer, I'll be the best man at Evan's wedding. Miss you, buddy. What is one fast food restaurant you will never go to? I used to work at one of the biggest fast food chains in the world. It was a hellhole, to say the least. The grime, the grease, the rude management, it was all just too much. But what was worse than the working conditions was the behind-the-scenes sabotage that was going on. There was a manager, I'll call her Karen, who was always cheating in some way or another. Whether it was stealing food, falsifying inventory numbers, or straight up sabotaging other employees, Karen was always up to something. One day, Karen decided she wanted to start a little battle with one of the newer employees. We'll call her Sarah. Sarah was sweet and naive, and Karen saw that as an opportunity to manipulate her. Karen would pretend to be her friend, but then gossip about her to other employees. She would also give Sarah impossible tasks to complete, setting her up to fail. But Karen's twisted mind wasn't satisfied with just that. She decided to take it to the next level. She started putting foreign objects in Sarah's food. Hair, bits of plastic, you name it. And if that wasn't enough, she even started putting laxatives in her drinks. As an assistant, I was in a tough position. I could have reported Karen for her behavior, but I knew that would only make matters worse for Sarah. So, instead, I started keeping an eye on Karen and doing my best to prevent her from carrying out her twisted plans. But it wasn't an easy task. One day, Karen caught on to what I was doing. She confronted me and threatened to fire me if I didn't stop interfering. But I didn't back down. Instead, I decided to play dirty. I started gathering evidence of Karen's illegal activities. I found receipts for food she had stolen, inventory numbers that didn't match up, and even recorded a conversation in which she admitted to sabotaging Sarah. In the end, I was able to present all of this to the higher-ups, and Karen was promptly fired. Sarah was vindicated, and the rest of us were able to work in a more peaceful environment. But the experience left a sour taste in my mouth. I couldn't believe the depths Karen was willing to sink to, and it made me wonder just how many other Karens were out there in the fast food industry. It was a twisted, effed up situation, but it taught me to always trust my instincts and fight for what's right. I think my wife is flirting with her coworker. My wife and I have been together 10 years, married for nearly 5, and we have a 3-year-old son. We are fairly happy, though we have been having couples counseling for 6 months as we found being parents very difficult. We've been making a lot of progress with our communication lately, but today that all fell apart. My wife has autistic traits which run in both our families, and I have ADHD, so we are a neurodivergent couple. My wife recently moved back into our shared office as we both work from home. Today she hopped on a video call with a guy from work who she is friends with, and I stepped out to take a quick call about something. After my call was finished, I just sat scrolling my phone for a bit but could hear their conversation, and it increasingly made me uncomfortable. My wife sounded like a completely different person. She would tut and giggle before she said anything. She was constantly joking with him every sentence. She was energetic and it all just sounded so incredibly flirty. He had called her not for anything work-related but to tell her he had taken a new job in the city closest to us. He currently lives far away. She said things like, "Do me a favor, when that job contract comes, just rip it up so you don't have to leave, and as long as you are always available for me on Microsoft Teams," and they then went on to confirm they had each other on WhatsApp. All the while joking about various things and giggling in a way that I never hear her do, ever. They were talking for 20 minutes and I almost started to record them so she could hear herself back, but they said goodbye just after I started. It just made me feel so gross listening to it. This isn't the first time I've noticed their flirtiness, and I brought it up last year after she started that new job. They were calling each other outside work hours and she added him on the PlayStation and they would sit and game together in the evenings, chatting away with the same giggly flirty tone. She was talking about him a lot and telling me lots of really personal things about his childhood and parents and stuff. It caused issues when I was brought up that it made me feel uncomfortable. Especially one night when we were supposed to have time together but she just forgot and spent the night playing with him. She denies flirting at all and just says he's a work friend. Around that time she traveled to the central office and I know he had invited her for dinner at his place, which hadn't happened in the end, I think because I said I wasn't comfortable with that. They did end up still going for dinner in the city together though, as friends. The thing is, I'm not a jealous person. Over the years my wife has had a few crushes, one of them being my uni roommate who's like a younger brother to me. It's kind of a running joke that they both fancy each other a bit and I genuinely don't mind and think it's funny. We joke about one day having a three-way with him. I do know that she is prone to the occasional crush and I don't take it seriously, but have once or twice over the decade have felt like I've had to point out some boundaries. So back to today, after they finished their call I said, "Hey, can I talk to you a minute?" When I then said that she probably wouldn't like what I was about to say, she immediately got defensive and walked off and said she wasn't going to have this conversation. Since I hadn't even said anything yet, that intuitively tells me that some part of her knows that the way she was talking was probably a bit inappropriate. I got upset and said I was feeling uncomfortable with the way she was talking with him again. That it sounds like heavy flirting to me. That I would feel uncomfortable if I talked to another woman at work like that. Or if a girl talked to me like that, even as a clueless guy, I would be getting a strong vibe that she fancies me. That I feel hurt by it and that if she talked like that to me it would be a dream come true. She basically dismissed it all very defensively and said she wasn't flirting at all. That I just didn't want her to be friends with him. That she doesn't understand what she's done wrong and that she's fed up with me being like this, even though I haven't spoken to her about this since last summer, and never been jealous in our 10-year relationship. I felt like I'm being gaslit as it seems like such obvious flirting and she's just dismissing it as all in my head. It caused a massive argument. I think my wife is flirting with her coworker. I ended up showing my wife the post I had written and it was so incredibly validating to feel like I wasn't going insane. We had a really difficult conversation about it all and we were both so angry at each other until she told me the truth. In a rather heated moment she kind of venomously said something like, "I like talking to him because when I do I feel happy and relaxed. Like I can be myself. Which is something I can never feel when I'm around you." This really made me sad and I instantly wasn't angry anymore. I just apologized, and told her how that's just what I wanted her to feel around me again. That feeling of being herself is something she had lost after becoming a mom in the difficult few years we've had over the years. We don't have and never have had any help being parents from our extended families. And so never have time together for ourselves. She didn't have any feelings for him beyond friend and I do think she was genuinely being naive and also a little willingly ignorant about him pushing boundaries. A few examples which came out after we talked about it. He had asked to come back to her hotel room to continue chatting after the work party, for example. This was also due to her autism as well and not fully understanding where the boundary is. But when we looked at the big picture she could see and did admit that she had unwittingly begun down the path of some kind of emotionally affair, which she didn't really know was a thing. She took responsibility for this and did stop talking to the guy and told him that she would only be talking to him if required for work purposes from then on. He left that job very shortly after, so that was also easier for us. Funnily enough, it did come out after he left that he had made some advances and been awkward with a few other of my wife's colleagues. People noticed at work that my wife had stopped being friendly with him and was asked, was it because he was being awkward with you as well? Kind of thing. We talked a lot in counseling about it. I think a massive problem that I had to acknowledge was that she had got to a place where she expected me to be angry and irritated by things, because that is definitely something I have struggled with. So she had begun hiding stuff in fear of how I would respond. She didn't feel like she could talk to me about stuff. When she did admit to her wrongdoing and acknowledged she had begun to push me away and prioritize things above our relationship, she was surprised at how kind and patient and forgiving I was. I was surprised too. We kind of figured out that a lot of the anger and irritation was often because I could tell that I wasn't getting the whole truth. That's all I wanted, her to be straight with me so I know where I stand. That, and my feelings to be acknowledged, both of which are a massive trigger for me. We started doing things like having a take back of the day where if one of us said or did something we later regretted, then we could apologize and call it our take back. And we both agreed that we would forgive and forget those, with no exceptions. We found that worked amazingly to develop compassion and understanding for one another. We also began working on having date nights every Friday, and having difficult conversations with 100% honesty while sat together, looking at each other, and holding hands, so that we were connecting and feeling listened to. This was prescribed by our therapist because she told us about how when we both get triggered we have a tendency to disassociate and we don't look at each other and turn away from each other and get stuck in a place where we can't hear what the other is saying. That was really tricky at times, but we've gotten pretty good at it now, and whenever we start struggling we are very conscious to make physical contact and look at each other so we can hear and be heard. We took a break from counseling over the summer holidays because we decided we needed time to process, and we ended up having an amazing summer. We went back for a therapy session last week which we thought was about starting a second round. We were a bit nervous because we'd been so happy and didn't want to stir anything up. But the therapist could see how happy and good things have been, so she told us not to come back. And it's true, we have been the happiest we have ever been. We are really close again. Our communication is so much better. Our understanding and compassion for each other and our quirks, triggers is at an all-time high. We look out for when the other is struggling and step in where we can. When we miss it and the other has a meltdown or says or does something unkind, we are much better able to forgive and forget it using our take-backs and just having more understanding and compassion for each other's strengths and weaknesses. I think it's fair to say that although some boundaries were being crossed, my wife was only at the very beginning of the path that leads to full-blown emotional affair. Nothing had really happened. And there were no feelings my wife had beyond exciting friendship with someone who was giving me nice attention, though he definitely had ulterior motives. So we were lucky to catch it when we did.